Hey everybody, and welcome to another session of TNT Tabletop. Didn't have much time to prepare for today. Had a lot to go over. The last session we ended with. Let me turn on the volume of this app here for a second. It's a little distracting. Okay, so in the last session we had our outlaw. We had the prospector and the enforcer. Sorry, I did not mean to flip you off. I'm going one by one here. But anyway, so we had those three characters. The outlaw ended up straight up dying by the end of the adventure because he got a second injury on the injury table that happened to be a double, meaning that he had one chest wound, and I rolled from Tuesday's game. He had one chest injury, and then on Thursday's game at the end, because he died again. I don't know if I'm playing him wrong. It's just all I'm gonna say is I was rolling crap, but I ended up rolling on the injury table for him again, and happened to be the exact same thing. And in this game, if you get two of the same injury, two of the same madness, or two of the same mutation, your character just straight up dies. Like, just there's no more incapacitated. He's dead. He or she is dead, and then best you can do to bring him back is when you go back to town, the posse kind of pulls their money together. These coins here pull their money together and pay a preacher or somebody to resurrect. I think there is a character that can resurrect characters. I think, but either way, so the outlaw's dead, and I have no ambition to bring him back. So, I got another character ready for that. But for now, I'll put him to the side. And you know what? We'll say her. There. But that'll be later when we get back to the adventure. But for now, as I promised on Thursday, we're gonna go ahead and dive into the travel part of the game and the town stay part of the game. And I apologize in advance because a lot of the rules, like, it's been a while since I've played this game and actually done a travel stay. It's been years. Possibly 6 years since the last time I actually did a travel and a town stay. So I'm like, it's a little bit fuzzy. I run over the rules a little bit, and it's pretty straightforward, but I do need to get the daily event deck. But for now, we're gonna kind of follow the rules on the cards. And that's the beautiful thing about this game, is that pretty much all the tiny rules, all the big rules, the gameplay rules are usually on cards. So as long as you got them on hand, it's easy to jump in and out of what you're doing. So the outlaw's dead, and now we have to actually roll on the travel chart. So every single character. Well, first off, we failed the mission last time, so we actually have a failure. Basically, an outcome of that failure is when we go to the town, we actually have to destroy D3 of the buildings that are in that town, which kind of sucks because I do have items, like, for example, I don't have that camera up and running, but the Mark of the Explorer that we got last time, this card right here. Yeah, it's not gonna focus, but I want to put this on a weapon, and I would love to put it. Well, we'll figure that out. I want to put it on a weapon, and I think I was leaning towards the pickaxe, to give the prospector a little more power. But first, let's go to the travel chart, and we have to roll a d6. First off, yeah, we have to roll a d6 per adventure on their way back to town. So this is going to be the prospector. If I roll a 1 or 2, a travel event happens on the way back. We got lucky there. And the explorer, not the explorer, the enforcer. We're good. So there's no travel events that happened so far, except that we made it back to town. So the rules for this is we have to start. We have to roll for all these little things. Oh, we have to decide. Okay, so each hero. Oh, okay. It's a little different than I thought. So what I have to do is I actually at first have to roll to see which town we go to, and I'm gonna say a 1, 2 would be a small town, a 3 or 4 would be a medium town, and a 5 and 6 is gonna be a large town. I mean, I guess I could choose which one I want to go to, but I'm gonna leave it up to the dice gods on this. Okay, small town it is. Okay, so we're fine. We did the roll, and we got a 4 and a 6, so we don't have to worry about the travel problems. So we got a small town, and I believe it's on the back of this. And what we'll do is I'll bring this in. No, kind of move some of these things around. I don't have much area to play with. I apologize for that, but I'll have this here. So how this card works is at the beginning of every day we have to decide where we want to stay. Every character right now has plenty of money, and I'm kind of playing with these guys as instead of like them individually having money, since they're all my characters, I'm just gonna have like a basically a group pool of cash. So as they're collecting, it's just going into basically the pool that they're all gonna use collectively. Put this guy here. A lot can happen at a town stay. We could get jumped by bandits, mutants, a whole bunch of things. Could be combat sessions. There could be a shootout. There could be a lot of things. So anyway, so this is the small town, and we would actually end up randomly generating. And I thought I brought them with me. There they are. There's 4 different locations. We have to randomly draw which one of these buildings will go to those. I gotta be careful because I kind of mix these together. So that's a frontier town. I think these are the Barterlands. Barter Town. And more. There we go. I should have more than this, though, because I do have the feudal village stuff. So what we do is we take all these. Kind of just shuffle them up. And we start flipping. So we have at 1, the general store. At 2, oh, you actually, I do need to also draw a random town. I forgot to do that. But we have the doctor's office. We have a frontier outpost. Those are usually pretty good. I can sell my Darkstone, I think, at those. And the mutant quarter. I don't remember what that's about, but I do have like pretty much all the town cards scanned. I just need to somehow build them into the template, into the OBS template. The original model I had pretty much everything set up, but I like this template a lot better. A lot more cameras, a lot more things I can work with. A lot more modular, too. So, these guys are in town, but we need to find out what town it is first. And we need to roll a die. Is it 2d6? Yeah, so roll 2d6 and combine them. So we're at a haunted town. Let me see what that means here. Whoops. Please go in there. There it is. So, these adventurers are heading out to a haunted town. So they got special rules. There's daily events too. I think that takes place of the daily events that you would have to do with the town. Oh no, there's town depth events. Oh boy, there's a lot. So first and foremost, Some towns have a dark history that they never can truly escape. In some cases, the shadowy past comes back to haunt them, literally. So the town has angry ghosts. At the end of each day in town, every hero must make a Spirit 5 Plus test. Yeah, these guys don't really have great spirit. As they are assaulted by a malevolent specter in the night. If passed, gain 10 XP. Again, we're not really doing XP till I decide to start doing a campaign. Uh, if failed, take D6 horror hits. Also, for every one hero rolled, for every one a hero rolled during the spirit test, they also take one corruption hit, as they are tainted by the curse of the town's dark past. So we have to roll a d6 for every character at the, was it the end of the night? Yeah, the end of the day. And I mean, we could bypass this and avoid all this stuff, but this is pretty fun. But we have, at the end of every day, every character has to roll a d6 on a 5 plus. Oh, actually, hold on. Yeah. So yeah, so we have to make a spirit test at 5 plus, and for every single one we've rolled on the d6 horror hits. Wow, that's crazy. So you could potentially, right, with these guys, they could potentially get 12 horror hits and plenty of corruption. This is a crazy town. So there's also breaking the curse. For the next adventure, the heroes may go on a hunt to try to break the curse affecting the town, unless the town is destroyed. To do this, play the search party basic mission. Instead of looking for missing townsfolk, the heroes are trying to break the curse. At the end of the mission, roll to see if it is too late as normal. If it is too late, the mission counts as failed. If not, the mission is successfully completed, and each hero gains the 50 XP and may draw a gear card as a reward from the grateful townspeople. I might do that. That's a pretty cool addition to the game. And then, of course, on the back, there's extra options. Certain places will actually have mine artifacts. That's cool. And then the daily events are different than on here. So we have to roll for daily events every day just before we decide if we're going to stay at the hotel or at the campfire. So, characters have made it back. First thing we do is we decide... Oh, no, we have to do the daily event first. So, we're going to roll a d6. It would be a 1. And you know as well as I do, when you roll a 1 in this game, it's usually... it's bad. Oh my goodness. Okay, so the daily event for today is Possession. One random hero is possessed by a spiteful entity. That hero loses their day in town today while they shout about the horrors to come and go through a rough exorcism to banish the spirit. At the start of the next adventure, add D3 growing dread cards to the stack. That's insane. Oh, well, you know what? Let me go get the growing dread stack. It looks like we're already in trouble. So the growing dread card deck has gotten rather big. That's also because I combined them all. Not really supposed to do that. For this stream, I'm planning on scanning it all and putting it into the template. Well, actually, it's already all scanned. But what I want to do is I want to divide these amongst the expansions and everything. This way, when we're playing in the core game, we're just using the core cards instead of the expansions, because I just, when I pull out the cards that are part of the expansion, it just doesn't, the flavor isn't there. So like we're in the mines and we pull out something that's for like the Spanish Conquistadors expansion, and it's talking about being in the jungle, and yet we're in the mines. I'm like, you know, well, not so much in the jungle, but like it just, I don't know, they just don't feel right. Well, actually, I'll just keep it that way. So I'll just keep this on hand to remind myself that I'm going to do a D3 roll. I really hope we don't get that again, but every time I say I hope nothing happens, it happens. Oh, and we got to roll a d3 or a d6 and divide it by 2 and decide how many buildings get destroyed. 2. That sucks. So the buildings that are going to be destroyed, we have to roll. Yeah, okay, so I have to roll a d8. First building destroyed is the docks office. The darkness came in from the cave that we failed the mission on and destroyed the docks office, then proceeded to destroy the general store. So all we have is the Frontier Outpost and the Mutant Quarter, which, if I remember correctly, I think the Frontier Outpost is actually pretty good. I'm pretty sure we can sell Darkstone there, and we have, as you can see, I mean, we got plenty of it. If I remember correctly, I think we have 8 pieces. Nope, we have 9 pieces. And then, of course, we got another piece of Darkstone on this. I'm going to imbue that on a weapon. Mutant Quarter, I'm not 100% sure what happens there. So, we have our daily event. Unfortunately, one of these two guys got hit with a spirit and won't do anything for the remainder of the day. And I'm going to say that the Enforcer is always a 1 through 3. The Prospector's a 4 through 6. So, the Enforcer got corrupted by whatever spirit was here, and it probably is the spirit that we're going to go hunt for. We'll just say that it's the spirit we're hunting for when we go on that mission, because I like the idea of trying to break the curse. That's pretty cool. So the Enforcer is stuck, but what we need to do now is we need to decide where we're going to stay. We can either stay at the hotel. Let me bring this in a little bit more here. So we can either stay at the hotel, or we can stay at the campfire. I need to get the models. I'll be right back. There is the Enforcer and the Prospector. So we got plenty of money. Wait, the Prospector. You got plenty of money, so I'm thinking the hotel. It's only $10 a day. If we go to the campsite, we actually, at the end of the day, not only do we have to roll for the depth, the basically the darkness roll for this, because if I remember correctly, let me take a look. I'm pretty sure we have to. Yeah, we have to check and see. It's just like the darkness rolls. We have to roll 2d6 and decide. And I don't think there's like a maximum. I think it's just if you roll doubles, bad things happen. You know, let me get the book. I am not 100% sure. I'm trying to remember. Oops. Adventure boards. Oops. There's another travel hazard chart. Just gotta find that one rule. town rules. Oh, here we go. Frontier towns. I think that's what I'm looking for. Let's roll a d6. Okay, so here's the rules for the town stay. So, frontier towns are already dangerous places to visit, but those that lay within the shadows of Brimstone and its surrounding demonically overrun countryside can be downright deadly. At the start of a town stay, the heroes must place the darkness marker on day 1 spot. We'll just... Yeah, that's why I want to add this to that deal there. I'll just use one of these tokens for now. So we'll just say we're there. At the end of each day in the town, the hero posse must roll a single d6. If the roll is higher than the current position of the darkness marker, then the day ends without incident, and the heroes may carry on to the next day. Move the darkness marker up the track on the spot by 1 spot. So every day, we just kind of move up 1 spot, and we have to actually roll above that number of the day. So, of course, the further we go down, the worse it gets. If the roll is less than or equal to the current position on the darkness marker on the track, something bad has happened in town. Roll a 2d6 on the town event chart below. Oh, okay. This roll may not be re-rolled with crit. When a town event occurs, set the darkness marker back to day 1. I did not know that part. So you can stay there as long as you really want. Just things can get really bad. Okay, so what I'm going to do is, like I said earlier, I'm going to have these 2 guys hanging out here for $20. It's, well, you know what? Why not? No, we'll keep them there. Hopefully it's got $5 coins in here. It sure does. So we'll spend that. And next we're going to do is, of course, he's down for the count. I'm going to have the... we don't have a blacksmith. I think I need the blacksmith to do the stuff I want to do. Doc's office is gone. Frontier Outpost is there. General store is gone. And the mutant quarter is there. What I want... Oh, yeah, I can sell the Darkstone. You can actually roll for each shard on how much it is, and it can be worth up to 150 a piece. That's pretty sweet. How much money do we have? We have about 505 gold. Gaza's World, dude, how you doing, bro? How are you doing on this wonderful Saturday evening? I can buy dynamite. Oh, you can actually buy the pickaxe in this game too, straight up. That's awesome. Well, I'm probably gonna go for the Frontier Outpost and sell that Darkstone. So we'll move him to the Frontier Outpost, and now we have to roll and see what events happen at the outpost. Now, if I remember correctly, he had a mutation. Let me pull up the mutations. And it was the nose, if I remember correctly. I'm beginning to believe that every single game has its own. Yeah, let me pull up the one that I have on the computer. Well, if I remember correctly, it gave me a -1 on the event charts. So I'm just going to go with that for now until I can get everything organized on the stream because I want everything built in on OBS. So let's go ahead and roll 2d6 minus 1. Oh god, why did I roll doubles? I want to say it doesn't do anything on doubles. I want to say that, but something tells me this game has an awful lot of rules. Okay. Okay, there doesn't say anything about double rolls. So we rolled an 8, -1, so a 7. The frontier town, frontier outpost, we have rolled a 7, so it's a trading post. A local prospector has returned from the mines with a strange artifact and he's willing to part with it for a price. Draw a world card to determine where the prospector has been. Then draw an artifact from that world. The artifact may be purchased for D6 times 150. Why not? Let's see what he had. So first we're gonna draw another world card. Oh. Derelict ship. That's cool. Right, so that's the map deck. So here's the derelict ship cards. The cool thing about these bad boys is they tend to be like laser rifles and some really cool modern or future tech. They even have gravity grenades and stuff, which are very dangerous. Pulls things in and then explodes, if I remember correctly. But let's go ahead and draw a card and see what it is. Hopefully it's something of serious value and we can get it for dirt cheap. Oh, nice. Transdimensional warp jump. So it's an artifact, ship, tech, void. Discard at any time to activate the transdimensional warp jump, even if KO'd. You immediately count as fleeing the adventure, but may ignore any penalties for failing the mission. I mean, that saves us from destroying the town. Yeah, let's see how much it's worth, because it's a $500 item. But the prospector doesn't really know its value. So, what is it, 6 times 150? 150, yeah, you know what? 150 bucks? We'll take it. Totally worth it. At least I would think so. So, prospector from another prospector found something of value. Um, we don't discard it, do we? Oh, we do discard. Discard at any time to activate it. Okay. That could be handy. The next adventure, we could fail miserably, and before we fail, we just decide to flee with that card. So now we get to do what we want to do in here. And that is sell Darkstone. Oh, actually, we can do a lot of things. If I had the Outlaw alive, I could actually hold up the Outpost Bank. I've already got a pickaxe. Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. So that's a two-handed pickaxe. This is a one-handed pickaxe. I can dual wield this. That would bump me up to a 2 combat if I use both of them. Oh, I can only buy one at a time. And it's 900 bucks. But it also grants more Darkstone when you actually find some. That's pretty sweet. And then there's Dynamite. But what we're going to do is we're going to sell the Darkstone. And we got, what, 9 pieces? I mean, we're finding Darkstone left and right, so I'm just going to sell all of it, I think. That'll kind of save me at the end of every adventure, because I won't have to, like, roll for corruption on... Next thing you know, it's the end of the next adventure, and I'm sitting on, like, 15, 20 pieces of Darkstone, and I have to roll for all that, and we got some dead adventurers. So I have to roll a d6 on each one I'm going to sell. So, and it's d6 times 25. So I'm selling one. That's worth 25. So I'll sell this one. That's worth 50. I'll sell this one. So we're up to what, 75? So I'll sell this one. Nice. That would be what, 150? So we're at what, 225? Let me go ahead and just start pulling from here. There's some hundreds in here somewhere. There it is. So right now we got 225 from all that. Now I'll sell this one. 50. We're at 200. 225. 375. 475. 550. So we've made an additional 550 on top of that. Whoops. And there's a 500 in here. And I'll just take this guy and put this there. So we made some good money today on this. I could trade some of this in for another 500, but I'm just going to keep these out. So right now we've made, or we're at about well over $1,000. Yep, so we got that. That's about 1,000. $1,130 is what we got after all that. That was a pretty good trade, in my opinion. So we'll go ahead and put the other world card out of the way. And also on top of that, we got that awesome card. The Transdimensional Warp Drive. That's going to save us probably on the next mission. So that's the end of the day. It's going to go back to the hotel, and we have to roll a 2d6 and determine... Oh, no, not 2d6. 1d6, that's right. So 1d6, and we have to roll above a 1. We're safe. Beginning of the next day, he's no longer possessed, but we do have to roll... Do I want to stick around? I don't think there's anything else I want to do in this town. Because I don't... Moose! What's up, buddy? I don't think there's anything else I want to do in this town. If we had the dock place and we had the general store, there'd be plenty to do. The mutant quarter. It is selling dynamite for 175 bucks a pop, and the prospector still has one, but I kind of do want to buy some for the enforcer. And we can attempt to get rid of the mutation. I want to get rid of that nose problem. Get him some plastic surgery on the prospector after his nose melted off. Oh, God. This could go wrong, though. There's a lot of fun things to do here, though. There's some missions. We can meet with the mutant revolutionaries. Visit a mutant prophet. That's hilarious. But we can pick up a whole bunch of... What's this? Once per adventure start turn, use 1 grit. Can remove corruption points here, too. That's good to know. Oh, wait. That's awesome. So there's a lot you can buy here and a lot of things you can do at the mutant quarter. A lot more than I was expecting. I kind of want to try. You know what? Why not? Right? These aren't campaign characters. I'm going to have the prospector go to the mutant. Well, first things first. I'm going to roll for the daily for the haunted town. Please don't be another one. It's a 5 this time. Warning from beyond. A shimmering spirit appears to one of the heroes and warns of a danger to come. During the next adventure, the heroes may cancel 1 darkness card for free. Oh. Well, that's amazing. That's awesome, actually. So... Oh. So the day prior, we got the possession on the enforcer, and then we have to draw D3 growing dread cards at the start of the game. I think it's a good idea that I bought that transdimensional warp drive. So roll, boy. That's, oh God, that growing dread is like one of the worst things in this game. And it's usually drawn at the end. But anyway, we're going to decide now where we're going to go. Where we're going to stay first. I'm going to probably stick to the hotel because I want to avoid any problems. So I'll spend 20 gold to get a 5er back. And I'm going to have the prospector go to the mutant quarter. There's nothing really at the frontier town for the enforcer. I think I'm just going to have him stay at the hotel. So this way we don't have to worry about anything bad happening to him when he's out. Because he's already... Things haven't been going well for him. Especially being possessed. Or actually... I mean, he could find some stuff. Well, either way, I'm just going to have the prospector go there. And then we'll call it. And we'll move on to the next adventure. So... Now we have to roll on the mutant quarter. And he's a -1 because of his nose. Luckily, none of them are an outlaw or have wanted tokens, so we're good. So we roll a 2d6 -1. That's the worst possible thing. Okay, so I rolled a 2, which is, again, the worst possible thing you can roll on this event chart. So, writhing mass of flesh. Something has gone terribly wrong. The mutant quarter is being torn apart as an expanded mass of tentacles and flesh smashes everything in sight and pulls screaming townsfolk into its ever-growing form. The mutant quarter is destroyed. So much for getting rid of the mutation. Every hero in town must immediately pass a lore 6 plus test, which, if I remember correctly, they ain't great. No, they're actually all right. 6 plus test to help fight back the beast. For every 6 plus rolled, gain 20 XP and choose a one building to be protected. The only thing left is the frontier outpost. Then, at the end of the current day in town, roll a d6 for every building that was not protected. It is destroyed on a 1 or 2. This town is... This is a haunted town, by the way. Man, this place is messed up. All right, so they have to roll lore checks at 6 plus. So the here's the prospector, and that's what it is, right? Every hero in town must immediately pass a 6 plus lore test. All we need is one 6 plus. Oh, whoops, I need 2 more. Okay. You know, one of you has got to get a 6. Okay, we got a 6. So we did protect the frontier outpost and gained XP, but until I do campaign characters, I'm not going to bother. I do want to make a little announcement here. The subtle music and sounds you're hearing in the background is an app that I'm using called Sirenscape. They have an incredible catalog of music and ambient sound effects for you to use on your Dungeons and Dragons games, board games. They have a whole bunch of different things, themes. Like they even have sci-fi. They have the fantasy themes. They have the sci-fi themes. They even have like a board game app for specific types of board games. They even have like Dungeons and Dragon, like almost all the 5th edition core campaign books with ambient sounds and music for your use. Definitely highly recommend them. It's a great app, easy to use, easy to move back and forth, even control all the little tiny bits and pieces in there. For example, in this, I decided to turn the music on and turn off some of the sounds. So that's Sirenscape, that really, really phenomenal app. So we did manage to save the frontier outpost. Unfortunately, the mutant quarter is destroyed, so I can't do anything there. Like, I don't know, give plastic surgery to the prospector so he can get his nose back and not be like discriminated against when rolling on the event table. I think we're done with this town, but we are on day 2. So now we have to roll to see if we pass the day. Nope. Something bad happens. And if I remember correctly, there is a chart. The depth event. Did I have it over here? Yes. In quarter. Town rules. I had it like 2 seconds ago. Or a few minutes ago. Ugh. There it is. Okay, so now I think we have to roll a 2d6 and pray that we don't get doubles. Oh, that's bad. It could have been a lot worse. If we rolled a 2 or lower, it's a lot worse. So, what happens on this town event is pretty bad. Town overrun. The town is overrun with demonic creatures tearing apart the people and burning the buildings to the ground. It's time to get out while you can. Every hero in town must roll a number of dice equal to the number of Darkstone they are currently carrying. Thank God I sold it all. For every one rolled, although I do have one item that has a Darkstone on it, so I will have to roll for that, and that's the Prospector. So every hero in town must roll a number of dice equal to the number of Darkstone they currently carry. For every one rolled, that hero takes d6 wounds with no defense, as they are assaulted by demons. Any hero KO'd by this is killed in the fiery ruins of the town. The frontier town is destroyed and the town stay is over. I was planning on leaving anyway. Wow. So I'm guessing that since the town's destroyed, there's no point in trying to lift the curse. So I'm guessing the haunted town breaking the curse mission is just not going to happen. There's no town here to save anymore. So let's roll on that Darkstone. We're good. So we flee the town. And on our way out of the town, we run into another adventurer who also is fleeing from the town, a rancher. And she is basically a support class. So she can actually use grit to heal wounds. She also gains additional grit. She's really good at escape tests. I thought the rancher came with the lasso. I guess that's the cowboy. Man, that's awesome. So, we got a rancher. And that's the end of the town stay. Not bad. Well, I mean, the town was destroyed, but as far as like getting through the thing, it was really fairly quick. But we came out on top with a lot of extra cash thanks to that dark stone. So on to the next mine with these new with this new character. And we now have to we do have the ability to remove it to cancel a darkness card. And we also have to roll, because of that curse or that possession, we have to roll a D3. Oh. So we draw 3 Growing Dread cards and add it to the stack. Not good. So 1, 2, 3. This adventure's already off to a good start, considering we have 3 Growing Dread cards already at the beginning of the game. Okay, so now that we're done with the town stay, I'm going to go ahead and take a short break. And I'm going to prepare basically everything for the next adventure. If anybody, I don't know if I have it on my stream yet, but I do have a Discord. If anybody is actually interested in joining, I can pop this on the Discord and we can live stream us playing the next adventure, and can run you through what characters we have and what you can play as, and we can just, I'll give you the app to roll the dice and we can play if you're interested. Yep. So I'm going to take a break and I'll be right back. everybody, welcome back. So at the we just got done with the town stay. Before the break, we got done with the town stay, and it's a haunted town, and possession happened on the enforcer, which caused us to also draw D3 Growing Dread, and of course I rolled the highest I possibly could, and we got D3 Growing Dread cards, already waiting for this adventure, and then after that, the mutant quarters, or only the last two remaining buildings, the mutant quarter and the uh, outpost. What happened? The mutant quarter got destroyed by a growing fleshy mass, and soon after that night, a bunch of demons rushed into the town and just destroyed it. Actually, no, we did save that building, but the building, it was the building. I don't know. The town's destroyed. Uh, Originally, I was going to go ahead and do the haunted mission to lift the curse of the town, but since the town's destroyed, I don't think we can really do that anymore. So we're going to go dumpster diving for some more of these beauties. Darkstone made us pretty wealthy on that mission. And when we get a bigger table, I'll start playing some different missions. The problem is that a lot of the other missions, there's some that are pretty straightforward, like the Fistful of Brimstone, or no, Fistful of Darkstone, or for a few Darkstone more, for full dollars more, I think is what it's called. There are a few that are similar to it, but it starts off with a T-junction at this end, and we have to keep moving, and you're literally trying to explore the entire dungeon in its entirety, which can suck. Because we could go this way, and next you know, we're like 6 rooms deep, and we have 2 more tiles to go explore, and they close off that, and we have to walk all the way back, which could take an ungodly amount of turns. Which we'll actually, you know what, we'll do that someday. But not today. We're just gonna keep diving for Darkstone, and when we get more people and jumping in on this and all, we'll start exploring more adventures. And when I get a bigger table, hopefully one of these days I can put it over there. Get a bigger table, we'll be able to actually showcase the bigger, these larger dungeons. Although I have noticed that I'm playing with the new updated the updated version of the game. Before I used to play it with the base game, the original Kickstarter game, and the exploration tokens, they've shrunk it down quite a bit. Now it's just 8 tokens. So there's more chances of actually finding what we're looking for. Because before, I think it was like 12 or 13 tokens, and it would take forever to get through a dungeon. And we could have a dungeon like that takes up 2 of these. So kind of grateful that they did that. So we escaped the town being destroyed by demons and otherworldly creatures, and that fleshy tentacle mess that was there in the mutant quarters. And we happened to run across a rancher, and she's decided to tag along. And she's basically got a hunting rifle, and she's really good at supporting the team, heals and all that, which is something I've been needing, because everybody has healing abilities, but they're like once per turn stuff, or once per adventure, or once per turn stuff. And so far, I've had cancellations on those, and we haven't been able to use them. So let's begin this new adventure. So as you see, I have the rancher in the back, and once again, the enforcer and the prospector in the front. There's one thing I decided to do, and I should have done it at the start, but I decided to just grab the character cards and play the game. I really should have given them their personal items. So what we do is you grab the personal items deck, and you draw a card out of it, and that's what you get as kind of like a bonus some people don't like doing the random draw. Me, I when I'm playing with just base characters like this, not campaign characters, I'm cool with it because it's adds a little extra flair to the character's background. Uh, I just feel like it gives more personality to the character. Like, why would the rancher have a hand mirror as their personal item, or why would the enforcer have adventure boots? I mean, that would make more sense on the rancher, but maybe he found this is off of somebody that he had a hit on, and he pulled them off, or maybe a friend's boots. But then, of course, we have the sacred flower on the prospector, which is probably one of my favorite items in the game. Gives you an armor 3+ until you get hit or take damage, and corruption resistance, which is really good to have on this guy because he's been getting hit by corruption nonstop. So let's begin the adventure. At the beginning of the turn, the rancher's got a higher initiative than the other two. The other two guys are just initiative 2, very slow at this. And as you've noticed, I made some changes to the stream. I fixed the death track a little bit. So as you can tell, I've added yellow and red markers on some of the death track zones, and that's because I think it was like day 2 I had a darkness card that was telling me that when the hero posse hits a specific, like the darkness locators or the growing dread locators, something special happens. So I decided to fix that up and add that in here, and I also added a little spot for uh, the maximum initiative value, which I'm kind of leaning against. I'm not going to be using it right now. I'll use it later when I have more people joining in, or more monsters or more things are happening, just to kind of help us remember where in initiative order we are. But while we're just adventuring, I'm going to have it at 0 just so that we can just quicken, so I don't have to keep coming over here and playing with the initiative controls. So first things first, the rancher is gonna go ahead and move up. She's gonna first roll for grit. I want to see if she gets. Actually, everybody should start with a grit at the beginning of every adventure. I think I'm missing a rule. I remember there was like another rule that came up at the end of the last adventure, or maybe the travel. And if I remember correctly, I think the enforcer, excuse me, I think the enforcer had like not full grit, but I think he had pretty much 1 grit. But either way, everybody's got 1 grit. And if I remember correctly, the prospector still has his dynamite, and the rancher should now have a dynamite. Everybody has dynamite for me. I just can't. That stuff is precious. I know it's metagaming in a sense, but I can't help it. You need everything you can get in this game. So I'm gonna have the rancher roll for grit, and she does not get it. But I'm gonna have her move up 1, 2, 3, 4, and I'm gonna let her scavenge the room. It'd be a good idea for me to change the music. Again, I'm using Sirenscape. They have an incredible app for ambient sounds, and I'm running between 2 of them right now, both their sci-fi and their fantasy. Their fantasy pretty much has all the mines and all the cool atmospheres I want, while the sci-fi one has like the old west and all that. So if you need something for D&D or your board games, you want to add extra flair, I definitely recommend them. So she's gonna do a scavenge. Gets nothing. That's the end of her turn. The enforcer I'm gonna have next, and he's gonna move up his 4. I'm gonna have him roll for grit. Nothing. And I'm gonna have him scavenge the room as well. Nothing. Then I'm gonna have the prospector, 2, 3, 4, move up, and he's going to also roll for his grit. I don't have the cat. I really miss my outlaw because he always used to be able to roll 2 dice on his grit, and he gets an additional die for his expert miner. So he gets to, is it expert miner? No, it's not that. Oh, okay. So it was the enforcer that was able to roll the 3d6. So I kind of messed up on that. So the enforcer would have actually rolled 3d6 for his mercenary. So nothing on the scavenge. And here's for the prospector. Nobody's getting sixes. So we'll go ahead and call that the end of the turn. And we now have to hold back the darkness at 7+. So once again, here we are. The prospector's gonna lift up his lantern and try to hold back whatever's popping out of this cave. And we roll doubles. We would roll doubles. Let me go ahead and pull up the event chart. That's the canyon. There we go. So we rolled double threes. So what happens is the mind depth event is creeping darkness. The darkness is always searching for a way out. Move the darkness 2 steps forward on the darkness track. That kind of sucks. So the darkness officially moves forward, and guess what? We got our first darkness card already. I might go ahead and use the cancellation that we grabbed from the town stay. So we're gonna avoid that because we ended up having to do a town event, and we had a town event that a a uh, a, a ghost came into the to the bedroom of one of the members of this posse and decided to tell him of this upcoming event that's happening. And basically, what it did is it gave us the ability to decide to cancel a darkness card. So that's what we did. We canceled the darkness card. So now we're at the next phase, which is the beginning of the turn, and it's going to be the rancher's turn. So again, we're going to roll for grit. Does not get it. She's going to 1, 2, 3 move just up and use her action to peek into that room, and I'll be right back because I need the tile cards. I grabbed a small stack of them. So we'll go ahead and flip. And we found a broken chute. This would be in the derelict ship expansion tile set. Go ahead and grab that. There we go. And it starts at this end right here. So the rancher moves up, peeks through this doorway, and finds a fairly long room. It's going to take us a couple turns to get to that door. And it gets... to randomize these bad boys again. And it gets an exploration token. Again, that's something I'm going to add to the stream later because I want to be able to do that without having to actually randomize the deck. But I have to figure out how to build a JSON file, a readable JSON file that it's readable and editable JSON file. Although there is a way for me to do it in the actual OBS stream plugin that I'm using. Just, it would be easier if I did it that way. Would it? Well, either way. So you moved in, peeked in, has an exploration token at the end of this turn. We're going to flip the exploration token and see what it comes up with. Next, we're going to have the Enforcer. Going to have him roll for his grit. And he just 1, 2, 3, 4 moves up 4, and we're going to have him explore this room. He gets 3 dice because he has Mercenary. We are having no luck finding anything. And then it's the Prospector. He's going to move up 1, 2, 3. Yeah, we'll have him go all the way up. And he's just going to do his 2. I could have sworn the Prospector had... Oh, he does, because I have Eagle Eye. So he does get 3 dice. And he uses 3 dice to see if he scavenges anything. And of course, it's not popping up on the app, but nothing. So far, 2 rooms, we haven't gotten a single scavenge yet. So before we go to Hold Back the Darkness, we're going to go ahead and flip the exploration token. We find 2 doors and an ambush attack. Eesh. So let's go ahead and roll on the doors. See where they pop up. 4 and 6. So as you can see, well, maybe it'd be easier if I put it here. And that light reflecting off it's a bit much. But as you can see, the doors will be opening up at this end and this end. So here and here. So we'll just go ahead and place those tokens. And I'm pretty sure I have an end piece right here. I should be getting in a TV tray. I'm going to have it right here so I can have all my other stuff. So this way I don't have to keep diving back there. So 2 doors and an ambush attack. So let's take a look and see. We're still in the mine, so we're just going to pull out a threat card. And the threat we're going to run into... You know what, I might as well pull the mine card up too while we're at it. Put that to the side, and we'll draw a... We're playing 3-player, but we're still level 1. I'm going to say it's going to be a low threat. Okay, I'm going... This is a very special addition to the game that I still need to research. So I'm going to re-roll that. Because you're basically you'd be fighting enemy versions of the adventurers, and there's like a whole mess of rules for that. So I'm going to avoid that. So it's D3 +1 Lumia Vampires. Okay. Let's bring their card up. So Monster 1. And I need to fill in some information here. That is Lumia Vampires. Oops. That should pull the card up. There we go. So Lumia Vampires. I think I know where they're at. And I'll leave that up there for now. D3 +1, so I'll go ahead and roll a D3 to determine how many we're going to be running into. Okay, so we're going to be running into 3 of them in total. And I'll leave that up, and I'll be right back. I got to grab 3 models. Alright, I haven't fought these yet, so I'm not 100% sure how bad they are. They do have a defense of 4, so I'm going to be relying on crits. They only have 4 health. But let's go ahead and remove this door so we can place them. So that's where they're going to be located. And so that this way we can get it more in the shot, because we'll be pulling this card up non-stop. We also add the battle music. I'll just move this here so that y'all can get a better view. Get rid of that too. So the rules for the Lumia Vampire. They have 7 movement, escape test 4+. They apparently only do melee. They have flight. They can move through other models. And they also change targets every turn. Hex hits. Lumia Vampire combat hits are hex hits, using willpower to save against instead of defense. That's not good for the Enforcer. Or the Prospector. Vampiric Bites. Lumia Vampire to hit rolls of 6+, ignore defense willpower, and roll a further d6. If the roll is also a 6+, the hero gains a bitten marker. Oh, God. Won't stay dead. Regeneration. When killed, place a black cursed body marker in its place. At the start of each turn during a fight, roll a d6 for each Lumia Vampire and cursed body marker. On a roll of 1 or 2, it is healed that many wounds. Wow. Well, they kind of suck. 5 combat hits? Are you kidding me? And what's her... Of course they're initiative 5. This game has everything against you. It's like every one of my heroes is no higher than a 3 initiative. Well, at least somebody has armor saves. And I'll leave these over here for them. And I'll leave these here because I'm going to need them for these guys as well. This is nuts. So that's the ambush. The ambush rules, they're on us. So they're random targets. So it's going to be 1 each. And what am I going to do? That's the end of the exploration. So now we're going to go ahead and roll for hold back the darkness. So we lift our lantern and try to push back everything. I'm gonna think I should just quit this dungeon already. I'm ready to pop. I'm ready to pop this transdimensional jump warp or warp jump already because we got ambushed in this room, right? We got ambushed. But not only did we get ambushed in this room from the exploration token, but I just rolled double 1s on the depth event chart. Which means ambush attack. There are fiendish creatures and demons in the dark places of the world. Ambush attack. Draw a threat card immediately that ambushes the heroes. Let's take a look and see what's going to screw us over here. A hellbear. Oh, God. Oh, this is just awful. So we have to now fight a hellbear as well. Hellbear. Okay. Let me go ahead and put away this card. Whoops. And we'll put away the... Well, not put away, but put to the side them. The Hellbear's a 3 initiative, which matches the Rancher, so he's going to go first, per the rules. A hero starting their activation on the same map tile takes 2 horror hits. So every single time one of these guys activates, they have to take 2 horror hits. Ferocious attack moves through other models. Oh, and it's an ambush. Let me go ahead and get the one Hellbear model that we have to deal with. Oh God, look at that thing. That's a large base model. Look at this thing. That's just terrible. So it's an ambush, and I'm going to have him roll to see who he's going after. Again, here we go. 1 to 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So he's going to be going after the Enforcer. So he's going to be right here. Maybe I can push this a little bit further and give you all a better view. Get rid of some of these packets. So this adventure is not off to a good start. I'm so sorry for how this game rolls. And he's got 3 defense, along with, you've got 3 heroes, so add 6 to that, so what, 14 health? I mean, that's not too bad. We could kill him. So the Hellbear, he moves through targets, and he's trying to get next to as many heroes as possible. So if that's the truth, then he would be right here instead, facing the Enforcer. Uses its full combat to attack every adjacent hero. Terrifying Claws, Hellbear melee to hit rolls of 6 plus ignore defense. In addition, natural hero defense roll of 1 against any of the Hellbear hits adds an extra 2 damage to that hit. Oh, wow. Monstrous Rage, a Hellbear heals 1 wound for every hit assigned to it. What? A Hellbear heals 1 wound for every hit assigned to it before the hit is resolved. So, essentially, you could do 1 damage, but it's overthrown by the +1 heal. Oh, and he's immune to critical hits. The Lumia chicks and this guy. I am not happy about this battle. But maybe we'll just drop some dynamite at our feet, call it good. Kind of like what we did yesterday, or the last game. Ugh. That hold back the darkness test really screwed me over. Oh well. So the start of the activation. We don't really have any rules other than the Lumia are going first. So we'll hide these guys and bring up the Lumia card. The Lumia Vampires, they're already in ambush. They're a +2 initiative because of the ambush. And there we go. So, oh wow. So all defensive rolls are actually with your willpower instead. Okay, so first one is going to be this one going after... We'll do an initiative order here. So this one's going to be going after the Rancher. And she's doing how many? 5 combat hits? And she... What? 4 plus? Well, that's 4 hits, but 3 crits. Did she have any crit rolls? 2 hit rolls of 6 plus ignored defense, willpower, and rolls a further d6. So, did she just get an extra 3 attacks? Lumia Vampire, 2 hit rolls of 6 plus, ignore defense, willpower. And roll a further d6. If the roll is also a d6. Oh god, we're gonna have to do vampire rules. I'm gonna ignore the vampire rules for now. I have to read into that, but so she does 3 more hits. So 4 hits, 3 of which are crits, ignoring any defense whatsoever. Are you kidding me? So 4 attacks that are ignoring defense, 3 attacks that hit. So I think she's down already, because they do 2 damage. So 4 that do that, so that's 8. Alright, let's do the 3 defense. If she misses any of these, she's dead. And it's willpower. She missed 2 of them. Yeah, she's down. Already, the rancher is down. And they are nasty. They are flippin' nasty. Rancher just came into this and got owned. But we do have a revive token, so she comes right back to life after that. Next, oh my god, is the next Lumia going after the Enforcer. Again, 5 combat hits. 1 crit. Oh my god. So, 3 hits, 1 crit. And we'll roll again. Does not. So, 3 hits, 1 crit. So, already 2 damage. Let me fix these here. It's already at 2 damage. And he needs to make 3 5 plus roll. Yeah, 3 d6 rolls of 5 plus, because she's forcing him to use his sanity instead. Yeah, he didn't make any of them, so he took an additional 6 points of damage. Oh, he's already at 8 points of damage. He is near death. Oh, actually, he gets armor saves against those. Hold on. So he gets armor saves against all of them, actually. Does he? Remember quickly. No, he doesn't. It's a different... So there's a tattoo that gives you armor. Must prevent you being fully healed. So... that sucks. So he's actually at 12 health. But... he does take those hits. I think it's you that has the armor. Yeah. Then the next one goes up. And again... 5 combat hits at 4 plus. Okay, luckily no crits on this one, but she does manage to get 4 hits. But he does get his sanity save, his willpower saves against it. So 4 5 pluses first. So he saves out of 1, and he takes 3 hits, which is 6 points of damage. So I have to roll an armor save against every point of damage. So we'll just 1 at a time, because once he takes a damage, once he takes a wound, the armor's gone. So he needs 3 pluses. So here's the first point. The armor saves are gone immediately. So he takes... right, he takes... where was I on this? Yeah, that many points of damage. Okay, so... not a great start. to this battle. At least they're alive, but now it's the Hellbear. And the Hellbear is the one that scares the living hell out of me. So, the Hellbear... Oh, that's... Okay, so they haven't activated yet. But the Hellbear does have... moves for models and retargets each turn, moving to the end next to as many heroes as possible. Uses its full combat to attack every hero adjacent. There's a lot of rules for this guy. So he makes a combat attack against everybody. 3 combat at 4 damage a hit. Alright, so against the... Again, he'll do... Against the Rancher, he makes his 3 combat attacks. One of them hits, and the Rancher is going to make 4+ defense against it. Didn't save, but at least it wasn't a 1. So that is 4 points of damage. Next is the Enforcer. He attacks the Enforcer as well with 3 combat. Gets 3 hits. The Enforcer makes 2 defense saves at 3+. He does happen to roll a 1 though. So he ignores one of those, takes 4 damage, but the Hellbear adds an additional 2 damage to it because of the special rule. So we went from 4 to 6 points of damage, and that takes the Enforcer down already. You know, if it wasn't for the fact that I rolled ambushes on 2 different things, we could probably take one of these groups down. But that Hellboar camp coming in, it ended everything. So, Enforcer's down. We're out of revival tokens. And now he's going to make an attack on the Prospector as well. So, again, we're at 3 combat. So, 3d6. At least he didn't roll a 6. Actually, did he make? Yeah, he made 1 melee. And now we're going to roll... we need to roll 1d6 at 4+ with the Prospector in hopes that he can avoid this attack. And he does. Prospector took no damage from the Hellbear's attacks. So now it's our turn. The Rancher. The Hellbear has too much health, and I don't think the Rancher can really do much against the Hellbear. She has to kill targets in order to get additional attacks. That's the problem with this. And if I remember correctly, the Lumia ignore. I think they ignore crits. I really don't know which one to go after first. The Lumia, they do a lot of attacks. Okay. And they're defense 4. Okay. Won't stay dead. When killed, place a black curse marker on space at the end at the start of every turn. I guess we have to go after the Hellbear first, because if we kill any of them, they have the chance to regenerate during combat. So, and they could just come back at any point. So I'm going to go after the Hellbear. At least if we kill him, he's gone. But these chicks, there's 3 of them. At any point during combat, they can come back to life. So Hellbear it is. I honestly, we're not going to probably survive this battle. We've already got 1 person down. We're at half health on 1. So, oh, and she needs to make terror hits because of the Hellbear. So that's 2. She fails both of them, so she takes 2 sanity from that terror from the Hellbear. And what I'm going to have her do, I have tempted to drop a dynamite on the prospector in hopes that it kills them. Because if I roll well enough on the damage, I could kill all 3 of the Lumia and deal some damage to the bear. Yeah, you know what? Why? Well, I could also kill the prospector. Screw it. She just straight up loses her mind, and she's not going to do any damage with that rifle. Because it's not a D8, it's still a D6, but plus 2 damage, which is good. If she does manage to kill them, she could shoot again. I just have to roll really, really good every shot. Well, I'm going to have her throw a dynamite. Because I really want to kill all those the Lamia girls. So... I need to make a ranged attack. A 4+. She has a grit, so I can always re-roll it. And I'm going to place it right on the prospector. She gets it. So it's on him. It's hitting all these targets. And it deals 6 damage, ignoring defense. All the Lamia women who are 4 health dropped. And the bear doesn't have... He's immune to criticals. But this isn't a critical hit. This is dynamite ignoring defense. So, he took 8 points of damage. Oh, and so did the prospector. It's ignoring defense, so he just straight up takes 12 points. But I'm going to have him heal himself. So he took 6 points of damage. I'm just glad the Lumia girls are gone. Now, it's going to take them 2 turns to come back. So here's hoping I can kill the Hellbear in 2... If I can kill the Hellbear next turn, that should be it. This might actually work. So he's down to 6. He's got 6 damage on him. He was at, what, 14 health? So yeah, he's currently at 8 health. Not bad. Not bad at all. Oh, I didn't roll her grit, did I? Let's see if she got her grit back. Nothing. So now we go to the Prospector. Let me check the Lumia's rules out first before we go, because I do want to make sure. So when killed, place a black cursed body marker in the space. At the start of each turn during the fight, roll a d6 for each of the Lumia vampire and cursed body markers. On a roll of 1 or 2, it heals that many wounds. A black cursed body will flip to its red side. A red cursed body will convert back to Lumia on a with 1 or 2 health. So I'm guessing, like... That's interesting. So I'm guessing what happens. I might have to go online and look it up, see what they say on Board Game Geek. But I'm guessing that you roll to see if they come back, so they turn into a red, and then you roll again to see if they go from red to rezzed. That doesn't make sense to me. I need to read it one more time. When killed, place a black cursed body marker in the space. At the start of each turn, during a fight, roll a d6 for each Lumia vampire and cursed body marker. Oh, okay, I get it now. So, I get it now. So they actually heal. They get regeneration. So on a roll 1 or 2, it heals that many wounds. A black cursed body will flip to its red side. A red cursed body will convert back to a Lumia vampire with 1 or 2 health. So they could just come right back next turn. Okay, well here's hoping that the prospector will kill the bear. He does have a grit, and he does have his heavy pickaxe. And he's got death blow. So if I roll an 8 plus on my 2 hit, there's a good chance I'm killing this boar. Or bear. I keep calling it a boar. But anyway, back to it. Right on the prospector, nothing. And then he's going to do his 2 combat strikes against this guy. So he's got a 4 plus on a d8 with his heavy pickaxe. That weapon is amazing. Is there anything I'm missing? I really need this to hit. I mean, that's a crit. So it's a... We bring them back. Immune to crits, of course. So... I really want an 8. I need this. I need this to happen. So I'm gonna use a grit. Should I re-roll that 1 die? Because I need 8 points of damage. And he's -3 to what I roll. And if I roll an 8, I do double damage on that attack. I like to live dangerously, so I'm gonna re-roll the 3. Since 1 is a guaranteed hit, I'm gonna re-roll that 3 that failed. Okay, at least I got 2 hits on him. So now I have a chance to take him down, but it's -3 to what I roll. So here's the first strike. And I'm getting +1 to the damage, so actually technically -2 to what I roll. Oh, that's awesome. So he takes 6 points of damage. So 8. So he took 6 points of damage. Oh, that's 6. So he's up to 12. And he's got 14. I need this. I need this bad to deal at least... I need to roll a 4 plus to kill this guy. Oh, and I'm going to use my Miner's Canteen. Am I going to use it right now? I'm almost dead, so I might as well go ahead and... I'll do it after this attack. Because at the end of the turn, when we succeed, we do get to get some health back. I wish I had more stuff. Okay, well... 4 plus, please. Please, 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 please. Yes! So... -2, 3 damage. That kills the Hell Bear. Because now he's up to 15, which he's at 14 health max. He's dead. And these psychos don't get to roll because it's the end of the combat. That dynamite saved my ass. And the prospector came in and tore things up at the end. Man, I honestly had my doubts about this. I was like, we're done. There's no way. And then dynamite came through. And good rolling. Really good rolling. So that's 2 ambushing. This is a solid team. So that's 2 ambushing monster groups, meaning we get 2 loot per character. So the rules for reviving is he comes back, but he also gets an injury. And he also gets full health, sanity back, and a grit, if I remember correctly. So he gets his grit back. He gets an additional grit. Oh, yeah, he gets an additional grit. And he's back at full health, but gets an injury. I need to get a piece of paper and log all this down. She was revived using the revive token, so we're cool with that. But she does have some damage on her. Prospector, we're gonna go ahead and roll to see what she gets. And it's 1d6, and I get to apply it to. So she gets 3 points, and I'm gonna apply it to her health, so she's down to 1 wound. And the prospector, I could grab grit instead, but I'm gonna go for health. They need health. Only gets 2. Actually, hold on. They were alive, so it's 1d3. So she technically only got. So that's where she's at. Prospector gets 1 point that I get to put somewhere. That's kind of messed up. Okay, so I'd almost rather have the grit back. I'll just take the grit back, and I'm just gonna use the Miner's Canteen. Once per adventure, heal d6 wounds or d6, 2d6 wounds or 2d6 sanity. You know what? I'll do that before I decide. Nah, I'm just gonna do this. So 2d6. How much health does he get back? So I'm gonna do it on his wounds. 7. That's good enough. So that brings him down to 5 wounds. So he's doing all right. I mean, I could go for the wound, but Prospector is having a hard time getting his grit back. I'd rather him get his grit back. So everybody's got grit at this point, which is a good thing. I can't believe we actually won that. Now everybody gets loot cards. So here we go. Time to get some more Darkstone. And let me change the music here because we're no longer in combat. We somehow actually won. And we'll just go back to this. Sorry, my neck's aching a little bit. Probably from hunching over and looking at all the cards and everything. This is why I like having everything on there, so this way I don't have to dive through all this. So now, we've defeated these monsters. And let's go ahead and roll some loot. So first, the rancher gets... Okay, gets a gear card and 50 gold. $50 cash. And a gear card. Let's see what we get for a gear card. And there goes some tokens. Oh, we found another upgrade. So the rancher, she found Rune of Yamabushi. It is an upgrade rune card. It also is a Darkstone upgrade. So she will get corrupted over time. You have to use 2 Darkstone to attach to any item. But the bonuses are your attacks are +1 damage against myth enemies. So that's pretty cool. That's what the card is that she found. That could be useful. That'll be good against Forbidden Fortress monsters. You don't really see many myth enemies. And then we'll go and get the loot for the Enforcer. And I'll roll on his injuries chart here in a bit. 100 gold and 2 dark stone. So 100 gold for the Enforcer. And 1 dark stone piece. Now, the Prospector, who gets double pretty much anything he finds and loots or scavenging. Awesome. He also finds a gear card. And instead of 250, he has Expert Miner. Whenever the hero collects gold or Darkstone from the loot, scavenger, and counter card, double the amount collected. So he gets 500 gold. Posse's getting more and more rich. And a gear card. I'll be right back. And the random card I drew, oh, it's a bandana. And it's signed by the lead designer of Shadows of Brimstone. That's what the signature there is on the card. So it's one of the extra cards that usually, when you spend X amount on their website, usually the lead designer or somebody there signs the card, one like a random card, and gives it to you. I don't know if they still do that, but they used to. So the bandana, once per turn, you may re-roll an escape test. That's pretty good. Somebody who could use that. I might give that to the Enforcer. Give him a better chance of escaping. And now for the Enforcer's injury. Roll a 10. I am always rolling chest wound on these guys. So chest wound. Deep slashes run across your chest, making it hurt to turn or twist your body. It's kind of painful to even breathe. You're now -1 initiative. So the Enforcer is now officially at 1 initiative. That's not great. So we'll go ahead and pull these away. And we'll now continue down this dungeon after that horrible ambush that happened. Pretty amazing that we were able to kill them, though. No clue tokens, though. That sucks. So it's the end of the turn. No exploration happens, nothing like that. And we'll go ahead and do a initiative drop and hold back the darkness test at 7+. Prospector lifts his lantern and gets an 11. We pass. Now it's time to traverse the dungeon after that mess. So, first things first, Rancher's going to check and see if she can get her grit. She's not at max grit yet, so give her a try. And she's going to 1, 2, 3, 4. Actually, we'll move her here. And I'm going to have her scavenge a room since we haven't scavenged a thing yet. And she's a 2 scavenge. Nothing. Next, we're going to... I might as well move these guys now that the Enforcer's got a lower initiative than the Prospector. I might as well put them like this, just to remind myself who's next in line. Next is the Prospector. He's going to move up. 1, 2, 3, 4. And he's also going to mine. His subclass lets him use 3 dice. Nothing. 3 dice, still. And his grit. Let's see if he gets a grit back. Everybody should have at least 1. Yeah. And he doesn't get to do anything. The Enforcer now moves up with his initiative 1. 1, 2, 3, 4. And he's going to also scavenge the room. He's a mercenary, so he gets +1 on his scavenge rolls. Well, gets to add additional die on his rolls. That's what it is, right? Sorry, wrong card again. Rolls 1 extra die. Again, nothing. These guys are just finding absolutely nothing while scavenging these rooms. It's the end of the turn. We'll go ahead and now do another hold back the darkness test. Reminds me, I need to drop the hero posse marker. There. And 2d6. 7. We meet it, so we're good. Beginning of the turn, we'll have the rancher roll for her grit. Nothing. But we'll have her move up 1, 2. And she's going to peek through that room. Should I go that way or should I go straight? I kind of want to go that way. So I'm going to have her peek through that room. And what she finds is a cross passage. I'll be right back with that. Very easy to find that one. And per usual, because we are working with a small area, previous tiles will go away over time. And I honestly think it's my glasses that are giving me issues right now with my neck. It's annoying me. They don't really blend too well with this headset. So there we go. We got a three-way, well, we got an intersection in a sense. So a cross passage. And we now put an exploration token on it. You know, I forgot to mention, like, what mission we were doing. We were doing the fistful of dollars, and we're doing the medium. So we have to find 3 clue tokens. Considering we got the worst out of the, well, one of the worst exploration tokens out of the way, we're good. Although there's still the depth chart one that's pretty bad. So she moved in, she peeked through. We now have the prospector. He's gonna roll for his grit. Nothing. And he's gonna move up 1, 2, 3. Oh wait, nope. This is a passageway. It does not draw a exploration token. I am very sorry. I'm gonna have him just keep moving forward. And well, how many grit does he have? Just 1. Yeah, he's just gonna move up forward, and he's gonna scavenge the room. Finds nothing. The enforcer. He's gonna move up. He's gonna roll for. Excuse me. Roll for grip. He gets his. He's at max grit, so that was kind of pointless of me. The one time I roll a 6, it's on somebody who's at max grit. Go figure. So I'm just gonna have him move up 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm debating on spending a grit to have him just move up to the door, and I'm gonna do that. I'll have him spend a grit, and it's gonna get him. Come on now. Up to the door, and he's gonna peek into the next room, which draws a rail split. That is from the. What expansion is that? Ah, Caverns of Cinder. I'll be right back. All right, so I found a tile, and it is coming in from this side right here. And again, well, we'll just keep it there for now, but we will put an exploration token on this because it's an actual full room, not a hallway. And I'll just get rid of that. Push it down a little bit. If I can move this out of the way, I can put it further. There. So we got an exploration token. He peeked through the room, and now it's the exploration phase. So we'll flip this guy over. We did find a clue and a door, but 2 encounters at the same time. So we'll go ahead and see which door happens to be it. We'll roll a d6 and it'll tell us where. Door number 2. So this spot right here is now a doorway. And the other 2 are closed off. So we get the clue token, and we now need 2 encounter cards. So let me go get the encounter deck, or a small portion of it, and I'll be right back, and we'll go ahead and do those 2 encounters. There we go. The encounter deck is enormous, so I just kind of grabbed a small section of it. Put it right here. So the first encounter, we just got done with an attack. Come on now. So we got a lookout card, and we are now attacked. That sucks. So I'll do that here in a second. Let's do the next encounter. Daylight. Up ahead, you can see the bright glow of daylight pouring into the dark mine. It looks to be an exit leaving outside. Seems, well, place a mine exit gate end cap on one random exit of this map tile, replacing any of the end cap or gate that might be there before. This works the same in every way as a gate to another world, except it always leads to the canyons. Oh, that's cool. When placing the first canyon map tile on the other side of the gate, start with the mine. Dude, that's badass. So we do have an exit, but I'm gonna go ahead and grab the tile it's talking about. That's so crazy. Okay, let me see if I can find it. Sure enough. So let's go ahead and roll a dot. Did it say specifically? No, one random exit. So on this one right here. So at this end, we can either continue going through this mine, or we can go through that exit, which will bring us out into the canyons. That's the first time it's ever happened to me. That's awesome. That is wicked cool. So it's been about an hour. We're about to do an attack. I'll go ahead and roll the attack card. I'll go ahead and roll the attack card and everything. But I'm gonna take a short break after I do that. Trying to just stretch and get ready for the chaos. But for now, oh, I'm gonna have to add the canyon card if I go out there. Yeah. All right. Well, now I know there's more things I need to add to the game, or the template. So first we'll roll that threat card. So we're going up against a werewolf. In one. It's probably like fighting that feral bear. And I'll go ahead and bring the card up. Is it normal? Oops. I think that should bring up what I'm looking for. It sure does. Ow. Everything's just falling. There we go. I think we should be able to take him. I don't think I'm worried about fighting this guy. Well, anyway, as I said, I'm gonna go ahead and just take a short break for now, because we've been playing now for what, yeah, about 2 hours and 20 minutes. So I'm gonna go ahead and take a short break, and I'll catch you all in a bit. All right. everybody, welcome back. As you notice, I've made a wardrobe change. I just couldn't take it wearing those Ray-Ban Metas anymore. They always just squish the back of my ear, and it just I can wear those for maybe like an hour, and then like it just starts getting annoying. It just Anyway, I digress. Let's get back to the adventure at hand here. There's We just got out of a ferocious ambush, a terrible ambush, and now we've gotten into another. There's a lot of feral beasts in here, so we're going to be running into a werewolf, a werewolf feral kin, and I'm not sure how nasty he is, but I'm very curious. And on top of that, we've actually found. So we have an exit, and we also have an exit that actually leads outside to the canyons. I'm very curious about taking the canyon direction because that's flippin' cool to change the scenery from the mines to the canyon. That's awesome, actually. I'm dying to see what's out there. I think it's an other world, though. It is. So I somehow have to grab the card from that, and I'll probably just pull it from there. But as we play, I need to make a checklist of things I need to add because I do have it built in here where I can choose specific starting area cards. But this is adding a new element to the game, so I'm thinking to myself, well, I'm guessing I'm going to have to go ahead and add specific cards that get drawn, or I might just have to add them all as something that can be drawn without randomization. But back to the game. Whoop. And we're going to fight the feral wolf. Yeesh. So let's take a look at his rules. Initiative 9. So he's initiative 9 with a fear of 2. So like, if I remember correctly, characters have to stand adjacent to him. Yeah, so a hero starting their activation adjacent to the creature automatically takes 2 horror hits. So we're safe for now. Although, what's his movement? An 8? Yeah, he's going to be up on the Enforcer probably. Although, what's his movement? He's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So he would have to randomize between one of these two. In the next turn, they're going to end up at the beginning of their turn. You know what? He's probably going to go after the Prospector to get both of them. But it's all based on the randomization. We'll see what happens. Ferocious attack. This enemy's base combat is equal to the target hero's level. So they're all level 1. So that's not a big deal. That's pretty awesome, though, because, like, this could be... I'm dying to know what the other side of the card is like. So there's 2 sides to this card. The actual monster card you're seeing on the screen right now. So this is the base card. This is like, playing levels 1 through 6 or something. The game recommends, I believe, when you beat the game, well, not beat the game, but when you reach max level, like 8, I think the game kind of recommends you straight up going to the next side of the card, which is brutal mode. So it's not a green card anymore, it's a red card, and like all the abilities have increased, everything's gotten worse. It's like Ascension. And when I get the campaign up and running, where we're actually playing with characters that we've created, they have their own names, we have experience and everything that's written on the cards, I'm planning on actually creating a whole new system for leveling. Because the one thing, I love Shadows of Brimstone for all its randomness, but the character to level up needs to be better. And I'm like, I hated the idea of rolling I think it's a D8, or is it 2D6? Might be 2D6. But like rolling 2D6, and whatever you rolled is what you got. So you could have gotten like +1 to spirit and be somebody who is diehard for strength or agility. And it's like, building your character randomly just isn't great. Like, I don't mind randomness for the personal item. That makes sense to me. But randomly generating for your character on the leveling up, other than the skill tree, you actually choose which skills you want to go through. But I've always felt like it should be a point-based system. So, like, I'm going to create something where you level up, you get maybe 3 points, and you can either spend those points on something right now or save them up for something better at level 2 or possibly level 3. And I'm going to, unfortunately, there's 27 character classes, so I'm going to have to actually look at their abilities that they get for bonuses and just be like, which ones are worth X amount of points. So, like, maybe leveling up a skill will cost 2 points. So, like, if I wanted to level up agility, it's 2 points. But it'll be character class based because some characters rely on certain skills to actually increase their combat ability. Like, for example, um, the drifter completely he needs cunning to enhance how many shots he gets. His gun, the trusty pistol, is completely based on your cunning level, and I think you can be up to level 8, and that's it. It's a pretty nasty class. He even gets extra attacks for every crit you rolled. But the problem is, this is the reason why I tell everybody, do not play a drifter. Is leveling them up takes almost double the experience, and anytime you fight a monster, it gains an elite ability. And an elite ability is what you're seeing at the bottom of the card, which is the elite chart. And I do actually have that functioning. So, for example, let's say this guy did have some elite abilities. I can actually. That's the wrong card. I'm sorry. You can actually add them to the card. So, although recently it's come to my attention because I've rarely used elite abilities except for with the drifter, but apparently you can keep multiplying the same elite ability. So I'm like telling myself I need to reconstruct this thing to show how many bonuses on that elite ability you're getting. But anyway, back to the game. We got the werewolf feralkin, and he's got ferocious attack. This enemy's base combat is equal to the target hero's level. Slashing claws. This enemy's combat hits ignore armor, which the sad truth is that sacred flower doesn't matter anymore because last turn the very first armor save he made failed and he took a wound, so that's the end of the sacred flower's bonus to armor. Werewolf's Curse. Any hero KO'd by a werewolf feralkin must roll a d6, and on a roll of 1 or 2, the hero also gains a Curse of the Werewolf card. Now, if I remember correctly, the werewolf rules just like vampire. Like, so when we fought the Lamia chicks, you had a chance of becoming a vampire. If I remember correctly, the bite mark thing does that. And it's good and bad, of course, but the werewolf's the same thing. You could potentially become a werewolf in this game. There is a character that can actually switch between wolf form and human form. Yeah, it's pretty slick. So movement of 8, 3 plus melees, 1 combat though, but at 6 damage. Imagine if we were playing level 2. He's getting 2 attacks at 6 damage a pop. What are his elite abilities? And he is nasty. Okay, but there's only one of them. At least there's only one of them, but he does get to go first. So I don't think we did hold back the darkness. So I'm going to go ahead and do a hold back the darkness roll. You're not dead, are you? Okay, there we go. And so the prospector lifts up his lantern. Fails, so the depth track drops. Or the darkness is coming out. It should fade by now. There it is. So the darkness is steadily coming out of this dungeon or this mine. So beginning of the turn, the feral wolf kin is going to randomly choose who he's going to combat. So we'll say 1 through 3, 4 through 6 on the prospector. If he gets the prospector, we're kind of in trouble with the horror hits. He's going after the prospector, so he's going to move up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Right up on the prospector, which makes him adjacent to 2 characters, so when they activate, they have to actually take horror hits. So he's going to attack the prospector with 1d6 at 3 plus. He actually didn't make it. I think we should be able to. Oh, he's got 14 health, but no defense. Okay, now I think we're good. This should be an easy fight. Should be. So that's his turn. Next is the rancher. She does not want to get any closer to this thing. And she's going to check for grit first. Doesn't get it. You know what? She does want to get closer because she wants to actually... She wants to heal the prospector. So she's going to use a grit to heal d6 wounds from the prospector. She gets 1 extra grit at the start of every adventure. Man, Rancher's pretty good. She's going to spend a grit to heal him d6 wounds. That just put the prospector back to full health. Awesome. Wicked awesome. And then she's going to... Because that didn't cost an action. So she's going to blast it with her hunting rifle. So she gets +2 damage to this weapon with 1 shot. And it's only a d6. But hey, she did plenty this turn by healing the prospector. I'm pretty sure that hits, because she's a 4+. Yeah, she's a 4+. So she hits him, and it's +2 to what I roll, and he doesn't have any defense. So, whatever I roll, +2. So 6 points of damage. She did amazing. That's my girl! Shoot that dog! So, sorry, I'm just thinking of South Park. I was gonna say, is that gnome? But anyway, I'm sorry, that's awful. So she shot the wolf, did 6 points of damage. He's got 6 wounds on him, so he's got what, 8 health left? Doing super well right now. Next turn, or not next turn, she's done. We're gonna move on to... It's same adjacent to, right? Yes. So, and it's 2 horror hits. So what's gonna be, next is the prospector, who's now at full health. And he's going to take those 2 horror hits. He passes 1, the other one not so much. So he takes 1 sanity damage. She couldn't tame the werewolf, so she had to shoot it. So he took 1 sanity. And he's now going to roll for grit. He gets it back. That's awesome. And he gets to swing twice with his... Did it drop again? There it is. With his heavy pickaxe. He gets +1 damage to it. Crits on 6, 7, or 8. Does double damage with his death blow on an 8. So 2d8. I think we just killed the werewolf. So yeah, he did. He hit it and did damage to it. It doesn't have armor or anything. Nothing. So he's actually not that hard. He just hits real, like he hits hard, just kind of squishy for the thing. Does have a lot of health though. But anyway, so the first strike is a crit, but just does whatever I roll. Does 5 points of damage against him. So he's at 11. I could whip this and roll a 1 and only do 2 damage to him. But let's take a look and see. Well, actually, it's +1 damage. Hold on a minute. So that plus 1. So actually, he's at 12. I don't really have to roll because technically I'd be dealing 3 damage even if I roll a 1 on the d8. But I just want to see what it would have done. So I would have done 6 plus 1, so 7 points of damage because of that 8 plus death blow. The werewolf's dead. So what would happen is, and I've discussed this before, I think on the first day, about how damage and experience works. Some monsters, um, you only gain experience for killing the monster. So whoever gets the death blow on the monster got the experience. Most games do that, and it kind of sucks. But the beauty of Shadows of Brimstone is that there are some monsters that have a sufficient amount of health or defense that makes it difficult to deal any damage. And for every point of damage you're doing, you're gaining experience. So this way, everybody's gaining experience for dealing damage to these creatures. Just like, for example, uh, the rancher came in and healed um, the prospector. For every point of health she gave him, she got experience for it. When the prospector used his token on himself to heal himself, he got health for every point of health that experience for every point of health that he gave himself. So it doesn't matter what you play as; you're generating experience as you go. But it is good to land some damage on some monsters because you're getting a ton of experience for doing that. I mean, even just searching rooms, you're getting experience. So it's pretty awesome how much experience you're getting through this game. Kind of balances out for everybody. So there we have it. We killed the werewolf, and now everybody gets 1 loot card. I'm gonna remanage these things. So everybody gets 1 loot card. So first we're gonna start with the rancher. What's this? 20 XP, draw an artifact card. So the rancher just found a mines artifact. I'm going to be right back. I'm going to draw a random artifact out of the deck. So here we have it. And the random artifact is Otherworld Artifact. Draw an artifact from the Swamps of Jargano Artifacts deck. So I have to go through the Swamps of Jargano Artifacts deck. I'll be right back on that one. Okay. I took a look at the card before I actually brought it back. So she found a blood pot. That lighting's bothering me. So she found a blood pot. Discard to throw as a free attack. Range 3. Strength plus 3. So her strength is a 3. He's a 4, and he's a 4. So probably best to give it to one of these guys. Roll, well, although it's a ranged attack, so therefore you'd have to roll the range on. And both of these guys need a 5 plus on range. They're not good at guns and all that. But so roll 2 hit. If missed, bounces D3 times. So it's just like dynamite. Bounces D3 times like a bomb. Place a marker in the space until the end of your next activation. During their activation, all beast enemies must move to get as close to this marker as possible. It's bait. To this marker as possible, losing their attacks. At the end of each enemy group's activation, every model adjacent to one of the beasts takes D3 wounds. How awesome is that? You found a blood pot on a werewolf's corpse full of basically just bait. So at the end of each enemy group's activation, every model adjacent to one or more beasts takes D3 wounds. Dude, that is awesome. So that means that if we have 2 monster groups in there, enemy group's activation, every model adjacent to one or more beasts. So basically these beasts just keep attacking each other and everybody around them just to get to this blood. That is wicked. God, I love this game. And how cool again, how much cooler is how much more cool can it be that it came from a freaking werewolf? So next is the prospector. He finds a gear card. Rattlesnake's Fangs. It's an upgrade. So you can attach it to any item. Once per adventure, you may add +3 damage to one of your hits. You are immune to poison markers. Law or outlaw only. And I do not have. Yeah, everybody's frontier except for this guy. Oh, he is an outlaw. Okay, so the enforcer, I can put this on his club right now. And once per adventure, you may add +3 damage to one of your hits. I am gonna do that. That is wicked cool. And now the enforcer is gonna roll for his loot. Another gear card. Man, I am finding attachments left and right. This is amazing. So, Serpent Fang Charm. Attached to any item. Bonus. Once per adventure, you may recover grit equal to the number of upgrades attached to this item. I mean, that's. I was hoping something that deals extra damage or something. Actually, that does have an upgrade slot, right? Yes, it does. Yeah. I kind of want to give this to the rancher because the rancher heals using grit. So I'm gonna attach this to her shotgun. It has plenty of slots in there. It's a one slot. Don't I have another upgrade? Arc of the Explorer. I don't have enough Darkstone for this. Okay, so we'll just do that. I'm gonna attach this to the hunting rifle. And that's it for the. How we killed that feral werewolf. That's good. And we found a clue token. We need two more. Two more clue tokens, and we're good. I'll put that there in case I decide to go that way. I might just continue going through the mines. Although if I go through if I go through that, it won't matter. But I'll probably just kind of want to check it out. Let me just read this one more time. Place a mine exit gate. Okay, this works the same as every way as a gate to the other world, except always leads to the canyons. I have to somehow pull the canyon card out. Hmm. Okay. That's pretty rough. I might just continue through because I'm gonna have to. I don't mind getting the tiles and the encounters and all that, but I would need the rules. I would need the rules for the canyons, which would mean I'd have to keep pressing this till I get it. Yeah, I don't have that built into the system yet. So I'm just gonna keep going through the mines, I think, until I add that into the system. So that's the end of the turn. That was the prospector. So everybody gets to either gain a grit back or heal D3. These two get to gain no, these two get to either choose. They get to roll a D3 and heal. Since he didn't have his turn, he either gets his grit back or he gets to heal. Now he's at full health because he has that injury. So he's -1 on his initiative. He's gonna get his grit back, so he's back at maximum of 2. he can't really do anything. Oh, he can try to heal his sanity, which if I rolled a d3, it would still heal the whole amount. The rancher, on the other hand, is going to roll a d3 for healing, and she's going to get rid of her last 2 sanity. So, ooh, sanity or wounds. She has less sanity than wounds, so I'm going to get rid of the sanity. No, I'd rather get rid of the wounds. I take more wounds than I ever do sanity in this game. So that's the end of that. He got his grit. They got some of their sanity and wounds back. And we're now, once again, we did go down. We went 1, 2, 3. So we should have gone down 3 different rooms. And the turn, hold back the darkness. So raise the lantern, try to push back the darkness, and we made it. We're good. So it's the beginning of the turn. And first person up is the rancher. She's going to roll to see if she gains her grit back. She does. That's awesome. Everybody's gaining all their grit. I love this. And we're going to move her up. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I'll have her right there. And she's going to scavenge. She will do 3, and I'm going to have her scavenge this room here. Because we just haven't been making her scavenges. And if she passes, we can still scavenge the next room. She got it. So she found a hideous discovery. Take 3 horror hits. Picking around the shadows, you see something that chills you to the bone. You quickly return to the group, refusing to speak of what you found. Take 3 horror hits that do 2 sanity damage apiece. Your sanity should be a 4+, so let me see if I can make all those. Maybe I should have gone for the sanity. Here I am telling myself, avoid... yeah, she didn't take any sanity anyway, but here I am telling myself, oh, I take more wounds than I ever do sanity here, and first thing that happens, horror hits. So that's good. Next, what we're going to do is move on to the Prospector. He's going to move up 1, 2, 3, 4. I kind of want us to rush to that door. I'm beginning to think I should have had her do the same thing. I guess we'll just kind of take a couple turns to get there. So he's going to also do a scavenge. He's the Prospector, and he's finding nothing. And he's been like this for a while, I might add. So he finds nothing, and then we're going to have the Enforcer. And he's going to 1, 2, 3, 4, and also with his Mercenary, he gets to add an additional die to his scavenging rolls. He finds something, and he finds nothing here but experience. So once again, going to a little bit early. This one I should remove this a while ago, but I'm gonna go ahead and remove this one because we're preparing to go through a portal. And or not portal, we're going through another doorway. And that's the end of his turn, so now I'm going to roll for darkness, or hold back the darkness. 7+ still. How are we doing anyway? Got an 11, we passed it. So now we move on to the next turn. The rancher's gonna go first, and she's gonna roll for her grit. She didn't get any. She's gonna move up 1, 2, 3, 4. And she's gonna scavenge this room. She scavenges. Oh, she can't, because we already scavenged the room. I gotta put a scavenge marker on it. So that's gonna be her turn. And then the Prospector 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm going to let him scavenge. The reason why I'm going to let him scavenge is because the prospector actually has straight up a special rule for the eagle eye, if I remember correctly. Yes. So eagle eye is sub class. You may scavenge a map tile even if it has already been has a scavenge marker on it. Limit one extra scavenge per map tile. So even though the room's already been scavenged, he gets to actually scavenge it one more time on top of the scavenge token. So I can do that and then have the enforcer come in and do the peek through to see the other room. So he gets an additional die too because of that eagle eye move or the eagle eye skill. He cannot. He gets 3 dice every single time he does a scavenge, and I just never roll well with him. It's mind blowing. So next is the enforcer. I'm going to move him up 3 and have him peer through the room. And what he finds is another rail split. This one's in... Which expansion is that? Derelict ship. Okay. So he finds a rail split. Pretty easy one to find. There's multiples of these. As we see, we're using one. So it's coming out from here. So we'll go ahead and move this over here. Exploration tokens over there. This guy's dead. Just do this. And it's coming out of here. All right. We'll put an exploration token on it. And that's the end of his turn. So now we go to exploration. We found a portal. A portal with an encounter and a clue. So we're 1 clue away from completing our mission and finding the rich deposit of Darkstone. I'm actually pretty amazed at how well we've been doing this adventure, but that can go south very quickly. So we found 1 portal, and let's go and find out where that's located on this tile. 3. So that is located right here. Let me go get the portal token. Go. Put this over here for now. And these 2 are end caps. So you got to march our way across that room and go to that portal. Pretty excited for this. I'm dying to see what the next world's going to be. If it was Derelict Ship, I'd be happy because, well, actually, I'd be scared and happy because I love the Derelict Ship. It's a terrifying place. To me, that's like the hard mode in this game is Derelict Ship. I remember one time playing, I think it was with Devin from the D&D Bros, and he almost got sucked out into space. Yeah. And then instantly after that, we get ambushed by a bunch of night terrors, and the night terrors went after the orphan of the group. That was hilarious. I mean, we had to keep randomizing who they were chasing after, and every time we rolled, it was always the orphan. They had a thing for that orphan. Ugh, poor Jojo. I think that's what his name was, Jojo, little Jojo. But anyway, So we did the exploration. Oh, we got to do the encounter. Do the encounter. We get 2 of the clues already. The encounter is bodies and bones. I don't know if I should use this card. This is for the Forbidden Fortress. It might be. It'd make more sense. Yeah, I'll just go ahead and read it. The floor of the mine here is covered with broken bones and mangled bodies of dead miners forced to chip away at the rock walls until their dying breath. The next time the heroes fail a hold back the darkness roll, also roll a d6. Oh my god. D6 and trigger the corresponding result of the depth event chart. You may cancel this card as though it was a darkness card. Uh, Discard this card when a depth event is rolled. I don't have anything to remove a darkness card. I really don't want it. Depth events, unless I roll a 6, depth events are not great. Yeah, I got nothing to take this thing down. Although I do. If every member of this party spends a grit, we can remove it from play. I'm at full grit though. Yeah, you know what? A depth event could be another ambush or cave-ins, stuff like that. I'm gonna spend the grit to do it. So we all spent 1 grit and got rid of that card. That is like one of the few ways to get rid of darkness cards. You can't get rid of growing dread though, I think. I might have to look into that. But here we are. Next is that was the encounter. So now we're going to roll for hold back the darkness. Right? Because that was the end of the encounter. We failed, so it went forward. Therefore, we still have to. Oh man, if we kept that card, we would have had a death event right now. So, kind of got lucky. Not lucky. Not lucky. It was a good choice to use the grit to get rid of that damn thing. So we have to now roll for a darkness card. Let's see what we get. Growing, growing in the dark. All heroes. That's funny. Is that the werewolf? I think it's the werewolf. All heroes that are not currently on the same map tile as the lantern. The lantern is technically on both map tiles right now. All heroes that are not currently on the same map tile as the lantern immediately take peril dice horror hits, or double peril dice if the heroes are level 5 or higher. Doesn't really affect us. Kind of got lucky. Uh, so when you're on the connecting part of both tiles, you're considered to be on both tiles, except for when you're going through a portal. If you're going through a portal, you have to be fully on the other side of the portal to actually be able to be considered on that map tile, just like you'd have to be on the space before the portal to be considered to be part of this tile. But here, when you're in the same world, luckily the guy holding the lantern is in the middle, so therefore if anybody was on this tile, completely on this tile or completely on this tile, they're safe. Same thing would be if the prospector was here and somebody was sitting on this spot, you're still considered to be on both tiles. Uh, so that card didn't really affect us. So, goodbye, card. Oh, that's the wrong one. There we go. Next turn. Oh, we went down. We went down the depth chart because we went 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4. So we're down 4. We're getting closer to having to make harder depth check rolls. That's weird. I mean, now that since they changed, well, I guess for some games this doesn't really better view. do that because I saw the bottom one. There we go. Uh, I was thinking, I was like, man, it's now easier to get through the dungeon that they now that they've lowered the exploration tokens to 8 instead of 12. But it makes sense for this mission. It's faster, but for like the exploration mission, you could be in that dungeon forever. Because I don't think the game ends. Might have to look into it, but I don't think the game ends after the exploration tokens are all used up. I think you just keep going. I think they're just primarily for missions that require the clue tokens to be used. So now it's the beginning of the turn. The rancher is going to roll for grit. She gets nothing, but she's going to go ahead and if I could find a dark stone, that would be amazing. So I'll only use one dark stone, and then I can make this worth it. I mean, it's already worth it, but 1, 2, 3, 4, and she's going to scavenge the room, see if she can find anything. She does. She finds one scavenge, $50. It's been kind of a weird mission. Like the past few times we went out in the mines, we were finding nonstop. We were finding darkstone. Is it zoomed in on me again? There we go. Might as well just have it on that. But the last few rounds not last few rounds, the last few streams we played, we were nonstop finding darkstone. This time around, it's just been cash, lots and lots of cash and items. Actually, finding artifacts has been great. So let me put that away. That's the end of her turn. Now we're gonna have the prospector. He's gonna roll for his grit first. Nothing. And he's just gonna move up his 4. 1, 2, 3. Barely see the tiles here. Hold on one second. 1, 2, 3, and 4. And he's also going to scavenge. Luckily, he has that special where he can scavenge one more than the maximum amount of scavenge in a room. So I'll just go ahead and put that there. And he's going to scavenge as well. And he finds... Finally! He gets the most dice, and he hasn't been finding a thing, and now he finally finds something. Except that he draws a nothing card. So, that's the end of that. It was a nice try, buddy. So he rolled his grit, he moved up, scavenged the room, now it's the Enforcer's turn. He's going to move up 1, 2, 3, whoops, 4. Actually, hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4. And I might... Oh, he needs to roll for his grit. Nothing. And I'm going to have him... I might spend a grit. I'm going to have him spend a grit to move up 4 more movement. So 1, 2, 3. And he's going to peek through that portal. So again, we'll get rid of this. We'll keep that token because it's going to show that we've gotten 2 clue tokens so far. If I had more space, I'd leave these tiles up there because it's really cool at the end to actually see the entire dungeon when you're done. But with the limited amount of space I have, I kind of feel like this is necessary. So, oh my god. Okay, there we go. So we'll move that here. And he's going to peer through that portal. And what he finds on the other side is... That's hilarious. So, earlier in the... seriously, just like 15, 20 minutes ago, we pulled a random card out that was called Daylight. And what it did is that it said that on top of finding another exit, you also found an actual exit out of the mines into the canyons. So this portal, ugh, I kind of want to redraw it. No, you know what? Screw it. We're gonna do the. I kind of want to redraw it. Nah, we'll just do it. We'll roll with it. So it's gonna go to the canyons. It's got some special rules too. All enemies are +1 defense during the first turn of an ambush. We've been getting a lot of those. At the start of any fight, every hero may recover 1 grit. Oh, that's pretty cool. Yeah, we'll go ahead and keep that. So that's going to be on the other side of the portal. Let me go get the canyon tile and encounter cards because we're not going to need these guys anymore. Let me go get the tile and encounter cards for the canyons, and I'll be right back. Cool. Took me like a few seconds. Luckily, I have everything organized. One day, I will have these all added to the stream. Um, I want to make this as painless as possible and streamlined because I want having to pull out cards all the time. That's takes time, and there's some moments where things are kind of not in the right place. Go ahead and cut the deck here. There we go. So those are the encounters, and these are the map tiles. And I'll draw a map tile card to determine what we see on the other side of that portal. So what we see on the other side of that portal is a short passage. So I'll grab the short passage from the canyon tiles. I think these are the canyon tiles. And a portal. So that's where it's extending from. So we did manage to go down the depth chart. We're getting closer to making those hold back the darkness checks a little bit more difficult. Uh, so we did that. That doesn't get an exploration token because it's not a full room, it's just a hallway. And therefore, we just kind of move on to hold back the darkness checks, which now we're still at 7 plus, if I remember correctly. So let's go ahead and roll 2d6. Prospector holds up his lantern, fights back the darkness, and fails. So it now the depth part of the track now advances. We're getting closer to getting another Growing Dread card, which that reminds me, we happen to have already 3 in the pile. Which Growing Dread cards, they don't really reveal until the final clue is revealed and we fight whatever comes out from that boss fight. Which, if it comes to it, we might just run away, or I might use the transdimensional warp jump so we technically don't fail the mission. Because going like what happened last time or earlier when we went back to town, nearly the entire town was wiped out. Uh, it didn't help. I was that the random events that were happening was destroying the town at the same time. This has been a wild adventure so far, but anyway, so we failed the darkness check. The darkness is coming out of the dungeon one more step, and now it's the beginning of the turn. The rancher is going to go up. We're going to have her. She doesn't have any grit right now, so we're going to have her roll for her grit. She gets one. She rolled her 6. Thank God. Okay, so she rolled a 6, and I'm going to have her move up. 1, 2, 3, 4. And that's going to be her turn. The next is the prospector. I'm going to have him also roll for his grit. He's not at max yet, so it'd be nice if everybody gets their grit back now. He's going to move up 1, 2, 3, 4. That's not a tile right now. We're good. And he's actually going to scavenge that very room. Let's see if he makes it. 3d6 because of his eagle eye ability. Nope, does not get anything. So That's going to be the end of his turn. The Enforcer's going to go next. He's also going to move into the room. So 1, 2, 3, 4. He's gonna spend his action looking into the next room. So let's go ahead and draw another map card. And he actually finds a canyon clearing. I might actually have the cards. Let me see if the other light would stop reflecting. That's better-ish. So we find a canyon clearing. Let me go find that tile. I'll be right back. Found it. Okay. So here's the canyon clearing. Not quite out of that room yet, but what I'm going to do is I'm just going to flip it this way. And comes in from that point. And this is an actual room because it's not a hallway. So it actually generates an exploration token. And here's hoping that it's a clue token on that side, so that we can just kind of finish the mission. Although once we start pulling out the growing dread cards, chances are I'm probably gonna have us just run away, because those growing dread cards could make this final boss fight terrible. So we get the exploration token, and it's the end of his turn. That's pretty much it for everybody's activations. So now we're going to explore that room. Cannot wait to add these to the actual stream. So both ways are doorways. Let me get those doors here. And we get 2 encounters in here. So let's go ahead and draw 2 encounter cards. So for the first one, circling above. Black vultures circle above you, high in the sky. They are most likely waiting for you to meet an untimely demise this unforgiving valley of death. Unforgiving valley of death. A grim omen, to be sure. So who was that did this? The Enforcer. So the Enforcer has to make a spirit. He's got a 2 spirit, so he has to make a spirit 6+ test. So let's see if he 6+. Does he have a grit? Nope. Please make a 6+. Make a 6. Oh, no. So if successful, each hero may get a grit. That's amazing. If failed, move the darkness 1 space forward on the track. That's bad. Okay. So it goes forward 1, and now we have to add an additional growing dread card to the stack. So we're up to 4. We have 4 growing dread cards now ready to be played the next time we meet, when we finish the mission and fight the boss. Second encounter card. Outlaw Camp. A smoldering fire burns at the center of an abandoned camp. 3 blood-stained sacks of gold sit piled against a barrel of explosives. So we get to choose. Attempt to recover the gold or search for signs of life. I'm not going to read what they do until we decide which one we want. But I will base what I'm going to do on the ability. So it's either everybody makes a cunning 6+, or one person, him, makes an agility. And his agility is terrible. It's a 1. So I'm going to go with cunning. Everybody's equal on cunning. So let's do this. We're going to do search for signs of life. So everybody needs to make 2d6 at 6+. Chances are it's not going to happen. So we'll start with the rancher. The rancher passes. We'll just log everybody. So she passes, the prospector passes, and finally the guy on the tile does not pass. So if successful, gain 30 XP, and you may move the hero party marker back or forward 1 space in the depth track. If failed, take d6 sanity damage, ignoring willpower, as you make a grisly discovery. Did everybody have to make the 6+? It doesn't say the whole team has to make it. Let me go get the rule book. I want to make sure that I'm doing this right. It wouldn't be the adventure book, it'd be the core rule book. If I remember correctly. See, it says all heroes. But do all heroes need to actually make the 6+? Let's take a look at checks, skill checks. There is a glossary. I could have sworn there was one. All right. I always go from the back to cover. Don't ask me why, I'm weird. All heroes. Every hero must make the skill test. So it doesn't say that everybody has to pass. So I'm guessing as long as one of us passed, we're good. I'm probably going to rule with that for now because well, 2 people passed it. So what we're going to do is what are we going to do? I'm going to say we passed it. So is successful, gain 30 XP, and you may move the hero party marker back or forward 1 space on the death track. If failed, take d6 sanity damage. I'm guessing that's for each member. So these 2 passed. So I'm guessing they both got 30 XP apiece, and we get to move 1 space. If I had to choose, I'd go 2 spaces back. And then we need to... He takes d6 sanity damage? So not hits, damage. He straight up takes it. 1. Not a big deal. Okay, so here we are. We checked the room. We did both in the encounters. End of the round. Hold back the darkness. 7+. Lift the lantern. Fight it. And we fail. So it goes back. The darkness is now 1 step closer to escaping. Wow. Next would be the rancher. I'm going to have her... What am I going to have her do? I'm going to have her roll for grit first. Doesn't get it. So she's going to move up 1, 2... Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4. And what I'll do is I'll get rid of this room for now. Save space. I'm going to regret doing that. And I'll just kind of move this here to put it in a better perspective for you all. And that's her turn. Next is the prospector. The prospector is also going to roll for his grit. He gets it. So he's back at max grit again. And he's going to move up 1, 2, 3, 4. And he's going to... Or should I just move him up 3 and have... No, I'm going to have him... He's going to scavenge this very room right here. So 3d6 for scavenge. He gets 1. And what he finds... Emerging darkness. Sometimes when you look too deeply into the shadows start looking back. Draw a darkness card. So what we find for a darkness card... Is it still on? Yeah. High Noon. Challenged to a duel. Really? Challenged to a duel before leaving town. The showdown is set upon your return. But the town was destroyed. One random hero must either complete the High Noon Duel solo mission before starting the next adventure, or skip town, losing their next town stay, and begin the next adventure with no grit. So that remains in play. I'm going to say it's the Rancher. It makes sense. She's got the gun. Actually, no, the Enforcer would make a lot more sense because he's just... I mean, he's asking for trouble. But he doesn't use guns. Because it's asking what? It's a duel. So it would make sense that it would be the Rancher. Because neither one of these guys use guns. And I don't know what the... I don't remember how the... I don't remember how the duel rules work. Yeah, I don't really remember how those duel rules work. So we'll just continue. So that was what? How did that come to be again? I totally forgot where I was going with this. We had a growing dread card, and for a specific reason. I moved him up, scavenged, and the scavenge came up with the card. Okay. Next is the Enforcer. Roll for grit. Nothing. And the Enforcer is going to 1, 2, 3, 4. And he's going to use his action to peek through that room. And what he finds is another mid-passage. Or a mid-passage, not a short passage. How big is a mid-passage? I think it's this guy. Yeah. Darkness track. Whoops. Darkness track does drop down. Or the death track goes down. But no exploration token because it's not a full room. And we'll just kind of move this up here. And we'll put this at the other end. Okay, so next, extended his turn. He peered through, explored that, the room's explored. It's now the end of the turn, and therefore initiative drops down, and we're now at hold back the darkness at 7+. So we once again test to see if we can fight the darkness back. We are just, I think the posse's getting exhausted of this dungeon, and we're just not doing a good job at holding this thing back. So darkness pops up again. Getting closer to escaping, and we now have to draw yet another darkness card. Fields of War. Every hero must make an everybody's not really good at agility. Every hero must make an agility 6+ test. If successful, gain 25 XP as you hit the deck. If failed, take D6 hits that do 2 damage each. Each one rolled on the skill test, you gain a bleeding marker. Status effect, -1 health, spend a grit to remove. Everybody does have a grit except for him. Oof. I gotta look up what the bleeding rules are. Well, that sucks. I mean, luckily... I mean, what's funny is that even having a good agility could still suck because you could still pass. Oh no, it failed. Okay, so yeah, if you failed with good agility and you rolled a bunch of ones, this would have been really bad. Luckily, I don't know if I say luckily, they all pretty much have one agility except for the rancher has two. Again, they're not all that great at agility. Well, let's start with the rancher. So 2d6 with the rancher. She fails. But luckily she doesn't roll a 1. So she takes d6 hits. I do 2 damage a pop. So 1 hit. And she's going to roll a defense against that. She took 2 damage. So an explosive or something went off. There's a battle happening here in the canyons, and maybe it's a bunch of lawmen and outlaws. Next is going to be the prospector. He's got 1 die. He fails as well. He takes 6 hits. And he needs a 4 plus. One of those hits actually gets through. Same thing, takes 2 damage. Next is the enforcer. Okay, he fails as well. And he is going to... Oops. He's going to take 2 hits, but he's a 3 plus on his defense. He fails 1, also takes 2 hits. So everybody, whatever's happening here, everybody got hit by something. So that's the end of that. Fields of War is over. Luckily, nobody failed with a 1, because that would have been pretty bad. So we'll go ahead and put that away. And that was the darkness card. There was a lot that happened on that darkness card. Beginning of the turn, Rancher's going to check and see if she gets her grit back. Nope. And she's going to move up 1, 2, 3, 4. This room hasn't been scavenged yet, so she's going to go ahead and do a scavenge in that room. Does not get it. The prospector is going to move up 1, 2, 3, 4, and he's going to scavenge this room. Oops. He gets 3 dice, though. Oh, well, I'll do his grit here in a second. Actually, I'll just do it right now. Whoops. Come on. Come on, iPad. Does not get that. But here's his scavenge. He gets 1. So let's see what he gets out of his scavenge. Finds nothing. That's been a lot of what he's been doing, finding nothing. That's the end of his turn. And then this enforcer, move him up 1, 2, 3. I can get him to the very end. So 1, 2, 3, 4. He's going to peer into that room. We'll go ahead and get rid of this. Come on, there we go. He's going to peer into that room, and what he finds in there is an underground spring. Kind of a weird looking room. It also has an advanced rule on it. You know what? I'll go ahead and do the advanced rule on it. Why not? Make this interesting. And it pops out from here. So I'll just go ahead and maneuver this. Get out of the way. There we go. He's here. Let me get rid of those cards. That's no longer in here. That's still back there. And it gets an exploration token. And we'll go ahead and do the advanced rule for this. Darkstone Geodes. I'm looking for Darkstone anyway, so I'll just go searching for it. Darkstone Geodes. Alright. Several massive round boulders sit here at the base of the cliffside. One of them is cracked open to reveal that the inside is hollow, lined with jagged darkstone crystals, glimmering with magical glow. You may be able to break some off if you can reach in far enough. So, of course, it's an agility roll. So, one person makes an agility roll. Let me make sure. It could be possible I could choose who I want to do that. But it's either the person who did it, or I get to choose. Okay, so I actually can choose which hero gets to do it. So, I'm going to choose the Rancher because she has 2 agility. And everybody else has 1. So, she makes 2 agility. Do it, lady! For every 5+ rolled, you may collect 1 Darkstone. For every 1 rolled, which I did. I'm going to let her regrit that. The whole thing. Okay, so we didn't roll a 1, but we rolled a 6. Yeah, that would have been bad because I would have had to take corruption hits and wounds. So for every 5+ rolled, you may collect 1 Darkstone. So we got an extra Darkstone, which means I get to attach something to an item. And I'm going to do that. So I've been needing 2 Darkstone to attach. Was it that one? Hold on one second. Is it the Mark of the Explorer? Oof. I mean, Mark of the Explorer is nice. It grants +1 movement. You know what? I might hold off for the meantime. It's not as great as I was hoping for. It would be great if the Rune Relic did a little bit more than just 1 damage extra on a specific monster group. Oh well. So we peered in, we did the adventure, or the exploration card for this room. And now we're going to end the turn, end all the activations, and we're going to now flip the exploration token. If this is one more of one of these bad boys, which, let me get it in the shot here. So we already got 2 with the clue tokens. If this one is another clue token, then we're done. And we're not done. As a matter of fact, this one kind of sucks. So first off, let's see which pathway is a doorway. So roll a d6. So the 4 through 6 happens to be a doorway. And this one, I keep throwing them away. Don't bother with it. So that's a doorway, so we'll have to go that direction. And I'm pretty sure the next one's going to be the next time we get an exploration token, it's probably going to be a clue. So we did that. Now we have to do a depth event and then an encounter. So a depth event, I have to pull up the depth event chart for the canyons. Let me see if I can find that. That's the Forbidden Fortress. Mine's another world. There it is. So I have to roll a d6. And on the d6 roll will tell me what we have to deal with. I rolled a 1. Ones are always bad. So Canyon. Why is it so far every time I've rolled on the depth event chart, I've always rolled ambush attack. So yeah, ambush attack. There's fiendish creatures and demons in the dark places of the world. Ambush attack. Draw a threat card immediately. Get ambushed. Hopefully it's just another werewolf. That'd be nice. They were actually kind of easy to take down. And then we have an encounter. So I guess we'll do the encounter, and then we'll roll. We'll see what monster we fight. Sand scorpions. Crawling up out of the sand, a swarm of deadly scorpions erupts all around you, pinching and striking with their lethal tails. Everybody has to make a strength 5 plus. Luckily, everybody's decent at strength. So first, we'll start off with the rancher. She already used her crit. Just put that away. So she needs to make 3d6 because she has a 3 strength at 5 plus. She passes. You know, I'll just do them all because I want to read this after everybody is done. So, but unless it has special rules for, yeah, you know, I'll just go ahead and read it. So, if successful, gain 15 experience as you fight off the scorpion swarm, crushing them under your foot and smashing them with your fists. So she didn't fail, so I'll read the fail if somebody fails. The prospector is a 4 strength, so he gets 4d6 on this 5 plus roll. He passes, and then the enforcer is also a 4 strength, so he gets 46 as well on this 5 plus roll, which he gets. So let's just go ahead and read the fail anyway. Unfortunately, again, I'm not playing a campaign, so I'm not really saving the experience on these guys. Once I start actually creating characters and getting the skill trees set up and everything, that's when I'll actually start writing down the experience and stuff. Because right now I've been kind of pooling all the coins and everything together. So on a fail, take d6 wounds, ignoring defense, so they don't get their defense rolls against it. Either way, for every 1 rolled during... Did I roll any 1s on this? I did. I should have read that part. So the prospector rolled 2 1s. For every 1 rolled during this test, you gain a bleeding marker as you are stung by the scorpion's tail. So this prospector got his ass stabbed by the scorpion tail over and over and over again. Let me go get the bleeding rules. You following me? Ugh. It's burning. Oh, here's the things right here. Special rules. Bleeding. So bleeding, status effect. A model is -3 health for each bleeding marker it currently has. So he's at -6. Yeah, your health, not wounds. A hero reduced to 0 health is KO'd. An enemy reduced to 0 health is killed. The hero may use 1 grit at any time to remove 1 bleeding marker. I'm going to have him use both grit and forego that because bleeding markers, as you can tell, are not fun. So I'm just going to go ahead right now and spend the 2 grit. And that'll get rid of both of those bleeding markers that he gained. And those scorpions, they were giving him an ass whooping. Again, it's like, as great as it is to have a lot of points in one ability, it could still mess you up. Because even though I passed, the ones that I rolled because I had more dice end up being a burden. So that was the depth event. Oh, that was the encounter. So the depth event, we now have to see what we're fighting. So I'll go ahead and pull up a low threat card. No, actually, I'm doing this wrong. I have to pull a enemy card from this other world. I will be right back. actually, no, that is correct. Hold on one second, because I just remembered that this isn't technically another world, so it's using the actual regular threat cards in this game. So, draw a Forest of the Dead Otherworld threat card for this fight. So, Forest of the Dead. It's no room in here. None. Okay. Alrighty. So here we are. We have to get a random card from the Forest of the Dead. And what we run into, I'm going to have these scanned eventually. Oh, God. A stone lion. So let me go ahead and pull up his monster card. Stone lions. Okay. It's actually, stone lions are technically a temple dog with special rules. So, temple dog. Uh, they gain the keyword construct, also immune to burning markers and any damage from any attack using fire item, spell, or ability. Which we don't really have that problem right now. She already used her dynamite. He didn't use his. He did use his the last time we played. So I gotta remind myself they have special rules. But this is what we're fighting. And before we get into this fight, I am gonna take a short break. Um, yeah, I'm gonna take a short break, and then we'll get back into this. We'll get into this fight. So we get prepared here. All right. So give me about 3 to 5 minutes break, and I'll be right back, and we'll get right into this next battle. And wonder if they have music for this area. I'll have to take a look. Uh, so I'll be right back, and I'll catch you in a bit. Everybody, welcome back. Um, I'm gonna go ahead and continue the story on this adventure that we've been on. So far we ran into, well, so far we went to a town that was destroyed from the failure of our last adventure, and it continued to get destroyed from the terrible rolls I was making and the terrible things that were happening there. Uh, Basically, a whole bunch of demons and monsters came into town, destroyed the village, and we had to escape it and brought a rancher along with us who's been kicking ass, by the way. Went into the next adventure mine, fought three Lumia, uh, these three Lumia ladies who uh, were pretty nasty if I'd let them live, but luckily a little chunk of dynamite took them out. And they were also followed by a hell bear who came in, and his attacks were horrifying, but luckily the prospector turned around and gave him nice two big whacks with his pickaxe and ended his life. If I remember correctly, I actually ended up getting a crit 8, which means double the damage. And it was, I rolled low, but I was still double the damage was enough to kill it, especially with the +1 damage of the pickaxe. And we continued through, found a werewolf, killed the werewolf, found a blood pot that we can use as bait against beast monsters. So maybe if we fight beast monsters here, did I? Yeah, I did, didn't I? That's right, we're fighting stone lions. Okay, so let me go find the models for them. I probably should have done that a little while ago while we were on a break, but let me go grab the models for the stone lions, and we will continue this adventure by fighting them. Their initiative value. We'll read the card here in a second. Well, I'll read the card here in a second. Sorry for the mess. Uh, had to kind of bring everything from another location here. Don't really have too much room. And I also ended up getting a whole bunch of boxes in full of new stuff, and I still haven't sorted everything out. I'm hoping to do that. I'm going to be on tomorrow, but I'm hoping to do that either Monday or Tuesday. So this is what we're fighting. The temple, it's not a temple dog, it's actually a stone lion. And he's going to be located right, yeah. Need to move some of these, some of these cards are unnecessary. So I'll just kind of move them. So that's where the stone lion's going to be. I'll try to get this into a better shot. Unfortunately, everybody is a little bit far away from the action. Almost 2 full rooms. So that was the encounter, the depth event, exploration. Oh, it's an ambush. So the ambush, it's on a random character unless they have a special. Let's take a look. So Fear 2, a hero starting their activation adjacent automatically takes 2 horror hits. Brutal Bite, Temple Dog, 2 hit rolls of 6 plus. Do extra Brutal Bite hit with damage equal to 2 times the target hero's level. Wow. Wow. That sucks. Stalking their prey. Temple Dog in initiative is equal to the hero party level, which is 1. Also, on the first turn of an ambush attack, Temple Dogs are double their current combat. So, since this is an ambush, so initially he's a initiative 1 because the player level's 1, but it's an ambush, so he gets a 2 added to that, so he's at 3. So that means he's gonna go first, the first round, because everybody here has piss poor initiative. The only thing is the rancher is a 3, but per usual, if a monster and a player have the same initiative value, the monster's always going to go first. So we have, that's pretty much how it's been this entire time I've been playing this game, but since Tuesday. But still, this will be an interesting fight. So first things first, he has to choose a random enemy. So let me roll on that. Again, 1, 2. The rancher will be a 1, 2. The prospect will be 3 or 4. Sword enforcer will be a 5 or 6. And he's going after the enforcer, the very first person in the room. So he's just gonna nestle himself right there. He's a 3 initiative, so he gets to go first. And the fear doesn't happen until the activation of the character that's next to him. Brutal bites. So his first combat attack is going to be +2 to his combat, if I remember correctly. Double their current combat. So he's a 4 combat at damage 3 with a melee of 4+. So he has to roll 4d6 at 4+. And he rolled a 6. That's the only one to hit. So he does get his brutal bite, which means that it's an additional hit at a 2 damage. So he's got... Is there any other rules? He's immune to criticals. It's 10 health with 4 defense. Luckily, there's only one of them. We should be able to take him down. So he's doing a hit of 3 damage and a hit of 2 damage. So the first hit, we'll go ahead and roll against it. He's going against the enforcer, and the enforcer's got really good defense, so 3+. He ignores the first hit, which deals 3 damage, and then the brutal bite he ignores as well. So you got lucky with the enforcer there. The enforcer's pretty damned amazing. And I keep forgetting that the enforcer has +1 agility and +1 move because of his adventure boots. I haven't been factoring in those. What is this? Once per turn, use 1 grid to double your... Okay, sweet. So, yeah, I added these this game. I should have done it from day 1. I just was lazy about it. But these are the personal items. You're supposed to draw 1 random personal item per character. Kind of adds a little flavor and background to the character, but at the same time gives them a little bit of a bonus. Sometimes you'll get one that doesn't really match well with your character. But in the end, sometimes it saves you. Like, there's been several times where I've had a skill check. I've had a skill bump from a personal item, and I ran into a skill check for it, and it saved my ass. So, or I would have suspected it would have saved my ass. But anyway, he's got the I totally forgot he had the +1 on the agility. That would have been really nice to have. And also remembering he's a 5 move, not a 4. He also has the bandage, which isn't useful. He does have 12 instead of 10 health. And he can fully heal himself at any point. That Outlaw Club's not really... The bonuses on the Outlaw Club are not as great. God, that Rattlesnake Fangs is good, though. So, what the Enforcer's gonna do... Well, actually, it's not the Enforcer's turn. So, what does the Stone Line have for a bonus? Nothing. It's just anything that attacks him that does fire damage really doesn't do anything to him. So, defense 4, and he ignores criticals. Doesn't ignore dynamite, though. But I'm not going to throw dynamite at him. It's a waste. That thing's made for crowd control. It did well against the Lamia. So, it's going to be the rancher's turn next, and I'm thinking she's just going to pop some shots at him with her rifle. Is it a mythical creature? It is. You know what? I am going to spend those 2 dark stones to add that rune of Yamabushi to the rifle. Your attacks are +1 damage against myth enemies. So I'm getting +3 damage on my shots with this hunting rifle. That's pretty badass. So she's gonna roll 1d6. She's a 4 plus? Yeah. First I'm gonna roll for her grit, see if she gets it back. Nope. I'm glad I got that one out of the way, because I really need to hit this guy. Because if I do, I can do some serious damage against him. He would just be like -1 defense. That's pretty much it at that point. But she's really, it's just crazy. I would have figured that the hunting rifle would have been like a D8, but nope. So 1d6 at 4 plus. Nothing. She whiffs with her rifle. That's the end of her turn. Next is going to be the Prospector. The mighty Prospector. He's going to go up there and whack the hell out of this guy with his heavy pickaxe. I need more dark stone. So I'm going to use a D8 against the guy. 2d8. Oh, first is grit. Let's see if he gets a grit back. We've been spending them all trying to save ourselves from terrible things. Because now we're down. I had so much grit on these guys, and now all these darkness cards took them all away. So I'm going to go ahead and do 2d8. I think they hit. Yeah. So they hit, but not a single crit, but he ignores crit rules anyway. If I would have rolled an 8, that would have been amazing. So let's see what we can do with the damage. 2 5s. +1 damage on each. I really, really wish I could have done that. Oh. I already did that card, so it's over with. So, -4 defense on each, but he gets +1 damage, so he does 2 damage per hit. So that would have given him some serious XP if we were playing the campaign mode. But I did 4 damage. So he's down to, what, 6 health? Not bad. Yeah, we should be able to take him. It's going to be... I think next turn we'll be able to do it. Because I'm not sure if the Enforcer is going to be able to do anything. Because he's only at 2 combat. And his club only deals damage to medium-sized targets. And that is a large target. If I remember correctly, that's a large target. I think it goes... There's like an extra small. That might actually be a medium. You know what? It'll say it on there. It is a large target, so it won't do anything to him. So I would need... I could add damage if I do manage to hit him. If I want to spend that ability. Okay, so what he's going to do is he's going to roll for grit first. Nothing. And 2 combat at 3 plus. You gotta be kidding me. 2 2s. Well, that's the end of his turn. And now it's hold back the darkness. And you make it force those cards away. So at 7 plus 7 plus. So what am I doing here? We're gonna roll to hold back the darkness. And we got a 9 against 7 plus. We survived it. So next thing we're gonna do is he's not in ambush mode anymore, so he's back down to a 1. So therefore, everybody should be able to go first before this monster goes. Yeah, because he's not getting the +2 for ambush rules, and he's a 1 initiative. So yeah, he's at initiative 1 because the hero paucity's at 1, and he's not getting the Dog initiative is equal to the art. He's not getting double the combat either. If I factored that. I did. Okay, so either way, he's last. So I'm going to have the rancher roll for grit. Doesn't make it. And then I'm going to have her fire again at this creature. Just one shot. She doesn't make it. It's the problem with some of these guns, is these weapons, specifically guns. Some of them only have one shot. Yep, I would have to kill an enemy to get any bonuses from that. Oh well, and I don't have a grit, so I can't re-roll it. Next, I'm gonna have the prospector again attack it with its pickaxe. And it's first, let's see if he gets his grit back. And he does. Wonderful. So he gets his grit back. And now he's going to take a couple swings at that big stone bastard. I really wish you would get an 8 crit one of these hits. It'd be so nice. So that's pretty much it. He can't get his death blow, so he's going to do just the heavy pickaxe. It's D8 damage. It just +1, so he does 1 damage to it. So the 4 met his defense, but the pickaxe gets +1 damage, so therefore that extra damage kind of helped. I would have figured we'd kill him by now. I mean, we had 3 hits, and one of them was a D8. Did I have any rules? No, I didn't have any rules for the next monster fight, so okay, we're good. Next is the Enforcer once again. He's a combat 2. Man, let's roll for grit first. Nothing. So he's going to attempt to strike the creature. Is he a 3+? He's a 3+ melee, so both of them hit. And we'll see how much damage we do with each hit. 5 and a 2. The 5 will do 8 damage. How much damage does he have? He has 10 health. This would do 1 damage. I could, once per adventure, I could use my Rattlesnake Fang attached to the club. Once per adventure, you may add 3 damage to one of your hits. I think I'm going to use it just to take him down. So I don't want him to come back and start wailing on us. So I'm going to go ahead and use it. So that would add an additional 3. So at that point, he'd have 11 wounds on him, and he's dead. Goodbye to the temple. Well, not temple dog, the stone lions. So with that being said, everybody's already had their activation, so everybody can now get, let me make doubly sure on the rules at the end of combat. If I remember correctly, I know it's a D3, but I don't know if you can choose between D3 health or wounds or sanity, or if you can, and a grit, or if it's just the wounds and sanity. If I can take a grit, I'd take a grit. Okay, catch your breath. Yeah, that's what I expected. Each hero is allowed to catch your breath at the end of every fight, healing D3 wounds / sanity, any mix. If the fight ended before a hero activated, or take any actions such as casting a spell, They instead get to heal D6 wounds / sanity or recover 1 grit. So everybody's already activated, completed their activation, so therefore they get to choose, well, they get to do D3. So either way, they do need some help. So the rancher is going to regain 2 points. So I can choose 2 wounds. You know what? I'm gonna do one of each. So she gained 1 sanity back and 1 wound. And then the prospector, he doesn't have any sanity problems, so I'm just gonna bring his wounds back. And then we're gonna go on to the sorcerer, who gets 2 points as well. I'll do one of each as well, so he'll have 1 wound left, and he got rid of his sanity. So we're good there. Now everybody gets a loot card for defeating 1 monster group. And what we found, did we go down that track? We did. What we found, the rancher gets 25 gold. The prospector oh, this could be really good. This could be really good if I roll high. Well, either way, 100. So he gets double what he gets from loot, scavenge, or encounter cards. So he's going to get one. Let's see. So I rolled a 2, so he's getting 100 times 2, which is 200 gold. I might actually just trade up here if I can find a 500. Or actually, I got 1,000. Oops. I got 500 here. Actually, you can get a couple hundreds. There we go. I'll just trade up the 500. So that's going to be 2. We'll get rid of these guys. And we'll just upgrade them to a 500. There we go. Yeah, we got lots of money. And then the enforcer also finds a loot card. $50 gold. We might have to upgrade. I'm going to do that. I'll upgrade these 250s. And I'll just keep one there. Alright, so that's what we found for loot. And now we continue the adventure. So that's the end of the round. We have to do a hold back the darkness test. 7+. Prospector holds up his lantern and rolls doubles. And you know what that means? This is the canyon, right? So we rolled double 4s. Rock slide. The canyon cliffs are unstable and are prone to rock slides. Each hero in the canyon immediately takes D3 hits that do 3 damage a pop. Ouch. So, we'll start with the rancher. She takes 3 hits. So she should be a 4+. Yeah, so she takes 1, so she took 3 damage. Next, the prospector. He takes 1 hit. He passes. The enforcer takes 3 hits. It should be a 3+ defense. He takes 1 of them, so he took 3 damage. Oof, okay, well, back to it then. that's the end of the Holdback Darkness. Now it's the beginning of the turn. We'll start with the Rancher. She's going to check for grit. She doesn't get it. And I'm going to have her move up 1, 2, 3, 4. And then next is the Prospector. She's going to scavenge that room. Nothing. Prospector. He's going to move up 1, 2, 3, 4. He's going to scavenge this room as well. Nothing. And did I do grit on him? I don't think I did grit on him. Then the Enforcer, I'm going to roll for his grit. Nothing. And he's going to move up. He's got a 5 movement. 2, 3, 4, 5. And he's going to inspect that room. Just get rid of these. And get rid of this tile. Because we're going to move on to the next. That's probably why they're bending. I'm abusing my tiles. So he's going to inspect that room. I'm going to reveal map tile. A box canyon. What's hilarious is I think we just used this tile for the mines earlier. So we found a box canyon, and it's got an advanced encounter. Might as well use it. Starting off here. Oops. There we go. We've come a long way in this adventure. So what I'm going to do is place an exploration token on it because he's peering through the hallway. And we're going to... That's the end of the turn. So next we're going to flip the exploration. And we're going to ignore the attack in those 2 doors. Because we found the final clue token we needed to find where the Darkstone is. Or the Darkstone deposit is. Problem is we're fighting something, and we got 4 growing dread cards on the stack. So let me go ahead and take all these cards here and put them away. I'm gonna have to cycle through them here in a bit. Okay, so we found it. And we have to now figure out what monster we're fighting. Or actually, first, let's take a look at the growing dread cards. Dread, you shudder to think of what lay before you. Move the darkness 1 step forward on the darkness trap. Powerful dread. It takes all of your willpower to not simply turn and flee the sight before you. For every hero must make a single willpower save. For each failed save, move the darkness 2 steps forward on the depth track. Oh my god. A willpower save. And I have some characters who are not really good at willpower. Nope. So I got a 4+ here, a 5, and a 5. So first, the Rancher is a 4+. She saved. The Prospector is a 5+. He saved. The Enforcer is a 5+. He saved. Man, I got lucky. So that card could have been awful, because that would have, I was suspecting to fail all of them. If we would have failed all of them, we would have been one darkness away from straight up failing the mission, and we would have been 2 extra growing dread cards and 2 darkness cards in. That could have gone bad. Oh, and I need to bring that down. You know, I'm glad we had that card earlier that brought us backwards on the depth track. I'm really glad we did. Because we got how many rooms? Yeah, that's about right. So that was that. The next set of growing dread cards. So here's the next one. Crunching bones. The wicked sounds of crunching bones and slurping marrow echoes from the area just ahead. Whatever happens next, don't scream. Every hero immediately takes a number of horror hits equal to their current remaining sanity. Oh my god. Okay. So she has 9 left, so she needs to make 9 rolls at 4 plus. So 96, 4 plus. She failed 3 of them? So she takes 3 sanity hits. Next, we got the Prospector. He's got a solid 14 left. So 14 at 5 plus. These cards could actually straight up end a character. Oof. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 sanity. Too bad I don't have any spirit armor on. Hopefully we don't fight anything that has horror hits or terror or horror or that would suck. And then the next one, 10, because he doesn't have any sanity left on him. So 10d6 at 5 plus. So he takes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 sanity damage. Not bad. Could have been a lot worse. Prospector, on the other hand, he has about 6 sanity left. He has 5. And she has 6. So we're doing all right. So let's switch that music. Again, I'm using Sirenscape, which is a really good application for background music and everything. So kind of makes it a little more intense and more exciting, the atmosphere of whatever you're doing. So for D&D board games, for example, this game in particular, this has been working out perfectly. And for the final growing dread card, so far we've been lucky. We haven't been getting anything terrible. The smell of hell. Your nose twitches and stings with an acrid stench of decay and burning char, mixed with infinite despair, reeling back as waves of hopelessness wash over you. Your heart screams for you to leave this place at once. Every hero takes 1 hit and 1 horror hit for each map card in all discard piles. I'm gonna have to go through that. Let me do that first. So first things first, we got 1. All map cards. Oh god. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh god. Every hero takes 1 hit and 1 horror hit for each. Wow, this could actually end us right here. So let's do that, and I'll get to the second part of the card, because it gets worse. So first things first, we got 9, so she takes 9. Oh my god, so 9 hits. She needs to make defense rolls of 4+ against these. So she takes 1 damage. Then the horror hits. She's a 4+ still, I think, on that. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. She is so close to being taken out. And we've already used our revive. Now... Oh no, she's got +4 sanity, so she's actually doing good. Okay. Whew. She's doing alright. Prospector. He's probably going to be taken out. His sanity's not good. So, I think that's on both of them. They're both 5+ sanity, so... He's a 4+ on health. So, we'll do this. Roll his health. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So he takes 5 more damage. So he's now at 6 wounds. And we'll roll again for the willpower at 5+. Oh, that was a 4+, so he actually took less. He only took 3. So he's at 4. But sanity-wise, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That makes us really, again, really close. Does he have anything on here that can save him? No. So that brings him to 13 sanity damage, which means he's 1 sanity damage away from slipping into madness. The Enforcer. Now, his defense rolls should be fine. So he took 1 damage. 1 damage. Does he have anything to help him with his sanity? No. And he takes just as many at 5+ sanity damage. Oh god. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He's at 10. He is down. The Growing Dread card's just... This is the second time this game. I think he died at the beginning of this adventure. Or he was incapacitated at the beginning of this adventure. It happened again. I might be able to bring him back. And Prospector's right next to him. She's used her dynamite. He's used his. I think the Prospector still has his dynamite left. Well, either way. Now what we're going to do is see what we're... Oh, yeah, next part of the card. For every blood splatter and Growing Dread space the darkness has passed on the depth track, not including the space it is on, move the hero party marker 1 space forward on the depth track. So we've passed 1, 2, 3, 4 different spaces. So we have to go up 4 spaces, meaning it's now harder for us to pass these hold back the darkness tests. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Now we have to make them on 8+. It's just got that much more difficult. That's the end of the Growing Dread. It was bad. We actually had some decent health. No sanity whatsoever, but once those Growing Dread cards came in, wiped my team nearly out. So let's go ahead and draw the monster that we're fighting. Up there still, so I'm going to go ahead and pull out... Do I have the Canyon card? Sorry, that's not the right one. This. So let's go back, and we'll draw... Oh, wow, I haven't been watching the Canyon card. Hold on 1 second. +1 defense during the first turn of an ambush. So he actually should have had more ambush. So at the start of any fight, every hero may recover 1 grit on a d6 roll of 4+. I gotta remember that. I'll keep that up for now. Let me go ahead and put this card away. And let's go ahead and roll a high threat card. Three Darkstone Brutes. And they happen to be painted models, by the way. I painted one like Bruce Campbell or Ash Williams from Evil Dead. Brown pants, blue shirt, black hair. I figured, why the hell not? It's Evil Dead. I love Evil Dead. Anyway, we'll go ahead and put these guys, all 3 of them. Now, Darkstone Brutes are pretty awesome. I love them because when you kill them, you get Darkstone. Darkstone's nice. So we'll go ahead and put that away. Darkstone Brutes. Let me grab the monster card. Dark Stone. There we go. And we'll go ahead and... I screwed up, didn't I? Yep. Oh, no, it's still there. High Moon. Okay, so... Nice thing is that it's saved to the program, so I can always bring that up next time we go back to the town stay, even if I close out OBS. So the Darkstone Brutes have some pretty cool rules. Unfortunately, my Enforcer's down, but they are large models anyway, so his special abilities won't do anything to him. It's going to be 1 here. 1 here, and 1 here. So what are we going to do? So they're initiative 2, meaning that my Rancher can go first. It's not an ambush, is it? No. They're immune to crit. They do have 8 health, 4 defense. We have to go through that defense. Dynamite would do the trick. And I happen to have somebody who's still alive. I don't think but they'll be able to reach me? No, they're too slow. It's going to take them a couple turns to get to me. And I don't think they have range at all. Okay, cool. So, smash. Darkstone Brute to hit rolls of 6. Ignore a hero's defense. Oh, that sucks. Fuse with Darkstone. Anytime a hero does 1 or more wounds to a Darkstone Brute, they may collect 1 Darkstone on a d6 roll of 5 or 6. Crazed. When attacking, if there are more than 1 adjacent hero, targets every adjacent hero with combat 2 instead. Ooh. Yeah, I love the Darkstone Brutes. I think they're just a really cool enemy. And I have painted models, which makes them even cooler. So, I'm going to have to find a way to move things around. Let me go ahead and put the monster card to the side. So, I got to remember, all enemies are +1 defense, so they went from a 4 to a 5 defense. Oh, during the first turn of an ambush, so not happening. So at the start of any fight, every hero may recover a grit on a d6 roll of 4 or 6. On a d6 roll of 4+. So let's go ahead and do that first. Actually, it would be... That was that, so we have to do Hold Back Darkness, then we can do that. So let's go ahead and get that over and done with. So we'll do a Hold Back the Darkness. Yeah, 8+. So 2d6. This couldn't have come at a better time. So first off, doubles does the depth event chart. Usually it's horrible. The worst thing possible. But I rolled double 6s, which is amazing. So depth event chart for the canyons on a double roll of 6. Stubborn Resolve. This place is horrible and unforgiving, but you're not about to give up without a fight. Each hero may immediately heal D6 wounds / sanity, any mix, or recover 1 grit. KO'd heroes, the Enforcer, may immediately recover, rolling for their injury, madness, and healing 2d6 wounds, sanity, any mix, as normal for recovery. So he gets the recovery rules right at the beginning of this. Means that we're going to be able to bust these guys up. This is exciting. But first and foremost, let's go ahead and start healing everybody up. So we'll start with the Rancher. She's going to get D6. Ooh, I can either do that or... No, she needs her sanity and her health back. So I'm going to roll a D6. She gets 5. So... how much health does she have? I'm going to go ahead and just get rid of 5 sanity straight up. Because she's only got 5 wounds and she's got 14 health. The Prospector, same deal. He definitely needs to heal up. He gets 4. I'm going straight for the sanity because he's 1 away from death. Although these guys don't really pose any threat to sanity. But now he's at 9 sanity instead. Next is going to be the Enforcer. He's going to be getting his recovery. So he's back. And what did he take? Was it the sanity? He took sanity, so he's got a madness now. So he's got the -1 initiative for the chest damage. But he's also got... was it him or the Prospector that had that? This is why I want to play campaigns. So I can write it all down. He's going to get a madness on the madness chart. Which I do have. So let's roll and see what he gets. Gets an 8. He gets the chills. It's so cold in here. It feels like you are freezing on the inside. When scavenging, ignore your first 6 you roll on the scavenge test. Is that permanent? Yeah, no, so he's got the chills. Anytime he scavenges, anytime he rolls a 6, we have to ignore the first one. Well, anyway, he comes back, and he gets 2d6 to heal whatever, so... or is it and a grit, or is it just or a grit? Let me take a look here. Oh, there's no grit. So, 2d6. 7's good enough. Comes back, and I might give him 5 sanity. And I will also give him... I'll drop him down to 3 wounds. This way he can run in there and tank up. Because these guys do hit pretty hard. I also got to be careful because I don't want to surround them with too many guys. So... let's go ahead and put that canyon card back. We did the darkness roll. That went well. Now we're going to roll to see if everybody gets their grit back due to the canyons. That's at the start of any fight. So let's go ahead and get rid of that card. And bring back the monster card. So the Rancher on a 4+ would get it. Nope. The Prospector on a 4+ would get it. Got it. And the Enforcer on a 4+ would get it. Got it. We got a little bit of grit back. We're definitely going to need that. Alright. Now we're on to the turn. We already did the whole back to darkness. We got the double roll of the 6s, which brought us back, not exactly to full power, but good enough to fight. I feel like we should be able to take these 3 brutes on. And take in our Darkstone. The beginning of this just felt awful, but the more we progressed, the more I started seeing how they're handling everything. They're great in combat. These 3 character classes. Rancher on the other hand, well, the Rancher's been great at healing people. That's why I want her to get her. Oh, I could give her grit back. Once per adventure, you may recover grit. When her turn comes up, which is actually now, I'm going to go ahead and use that ability. It'll grant her both grits back because she has 2 upgrades on this weapon. And the bonus on this upgrade that I have on here is once per adventure, you may recover grit equal to the number of upgrades attached to this item, which is her hunting rifle. So she'll get 2 grit back. So it's the start of turn. They don't really have any bonuses. They are a 2 initiative. So I'm just going to have her... Oh, I don't think she's close enough to fight them. Her rifle... Actually, her rifle has one hell of a range. Honestly, all I got to do is move her up 4. She's at max grit, so I can't really roll for grit. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Now she should be able to see any of them because the range on the rifle is a 12. Yeah. So I get to pick any one of them. So what I'm going to do... Are they myth creatures? I don't think they are. No, mutant, outlaw, and Scafford. They're part of the Scafford gang. And they're not beasts, right? No. So I'm just going to have her pop a shot with her rifle. Does +2 damage. And she's got some grit, so I can start healing people if I need to. I might do that. The Prospector's at 4. Or she could heal herself. Well, she's out of range for them, so I'm not really worried about her. But I might have her heal the Prospector using a grit. So I'll use a grit. And use 1 grit to heal D6 wounds from yourself or another hero on your map tile. I could use both and heal them both up. Well, I'm going to do it to the Prospector. He's got 4 damage, so... Congrats, you got 1 health back. I'll keep the other grit. I'm going to go ahead and crack a shot. It doesn't matter which one, really. Into this guy right here, the one in the... Oh, Ash. I'll pop a shot at Ash. And, I need to make a... I believe it's a 4+. Yeah. Make a 4+ on that shot. How badly do I want this? And how much defense do they have? I mean, they'd be just a -2 on whatever I shoot. She's more of a support type anyway, so I'm not really worried about her doing that. So I might just say that her shot flopped. Because I don't want to spend a grit token and it's another whiff. So next it's them, I believe, because everybody's initiative 2 except for the Enforcer with his broken lungs or whatever. His chest wounds. So they're going to go first. They're a maximum of 5 speed, so they're not going to get up to us. So they'll go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And 5. Just in the right spot for me to throw a dynamite at them, which would ignore their defense. And it is the Prospector's turn. So what I'm going to do... I'm going to roll for his grit. And pretty sure I need the tokens. One of these days I'm going to get the tokens so I can really reflect on, because I know he has a dynamite. I just don't remember if it was the enforcer or him that used theirs. And I want to say that he still has his. Anyway, he's going to move up. Although that pickaxe is really good. Because if I could roll some 8s, I could instantly kill one of them. Could I? I might be able to kill one of them. Because if I rolled an 8 on something, I would double the damage output. And I got 2 grit, so I can re-roll the damages. But I do like the idea of dynamite. I'll do the dynamite. So I'm gonna... What's his range? Ooh. There's a reason why I don't like them using dynamite. But I could re-roll the throw. You know what? I'm gonna play it safe. And I'm gonna move up. And I'm just gonna smack him with the pickaxe. I did that. Got +1. I haven't really... Did I attach that? I did not attach that. So I'm going to do 2 hits. Nice. So I got 1 hit that's a crit, but they ignore crit rolls. But this 8 is a double damage hit. So we'll just do the regular hit first. Does... So 3 minus 4, nothing. The next hit deals, come on. I mean, 10 damage +1 would be 11. I mean, that is a good roll. -4. He'd be close to death, one of them. I don't have anything that's adding to this. I could re-roll it and see if I can get higher, but I think I'm going to stick with this. So I did 10, 11 points of damage, -4. So I did 7 points of damage. Stream still up? For some reason it stopped at 346. Give me 1 second to check on something. Because my Twitch stats don't seem to be right. No, I appear to be on. Okay. So we did 7 points of damage to this guy, to Ash Williams. Next would be... Should I capitalize on taking him out? Or leave it up to the rancher to try to take him down? Doesn't do +1 damage, though. That is handy, though. That ability is amazing. I'll go ahead and move up. Oh, first, let's roll for his grit. Doesn't get it. Moves up. Oof. I don't know how well this is gonna do. He's only got 3 health left? No, 1 health, because he's at 8. I could try to kill him right now, and I think I'd rather do that. I don't want to give him the chance of beating us all down next turn. So I'm going to attack him. So that's 2 combat at... Should be really good at combat. 3 plus. So you should be able to hit him. He crits, but that doesn't matter. Either way, I can still move these hits where I want them to. So I'm going to do the 5, and I'm going to place it on him in hopes that I roll a 6, thus killing him. Or 5. 5 or 6 would take him down. Let's do it. I could spend the grit to double it, and that would take him, but I don't think I want to waste that. But it would guarantee to take him down. And then I can try to do damage on the next guy. That might be the smartest move. Yeah, that might be the best move, because I've already used this. This would have been perfect right now. I'll just go ahead and do that. So therefore, that attack... Are they medium or large? Or large. That attack went from 3 damage to 6 damage. Minus their 4, dealing 2 damage to him. He only had 1 health left. The Ash Williams monster... The Ash Williams Darkstone Brute is dead. I used it up. But that's okay. The Prospector still has some amazing abilities. So he's dead. It's the end of the turn. And we're going to now try and attempt... Oops. To hold back the darkness. At 8 plus. Come on, Prospector. No. So the darkness goes forward, and now we have to deal with a darkness card. And we're on to... Okay. We'll roll a new darkness card. Oh, we've run into this one before. All heroes... So growing in the dark. All heroes that are not currently on the same map tile as the... Oh. All heroes that are not currently on the same map tile as the lantern immediately take 6 peril dice horror hits. Oof. So she takes 3 horror hits. How much damage apiece? Just 1 apiece. Okay, so 1, 2, 3. I think she passed them all. Yeah, she did. Nothing happened. We got lucky. Boy. Next thing that's going to happen is then start of the next round. We go in initiative order. It's going to be the rancher. And then it's going to go to those guys. So the rancher's going to... What is she going to do? She's going to roll for grit first. See if she gets her back. She got a grit back. And then she's going to pop a shot. We'll try to heal some guys up. Actually, they're doing all right now. She's going to pop a shot. Into the guy right in front of the enforcer. So, uses her rifle. I'm not doing well with her when it comes to combat at all. Anytime you kill an enemy with this gun, you may gain +1 shot. Yeah, see, unfortunately, I'm not running into anything that would die from 1 shot. And also, I've been failing like every roll with her. You know, why not? I'll use it to re-roll that hit. Saving up all this grit, I might as well do it. So she whiffed. Next thing that's going to happen is these guys are going to go next. And we'll just move them on up, and random targets that are in LOS. He's gonna go against the Enforcer, and then he's who's this one? The brown one in the brown is they're both in brown. They're gonna attack the targets in front of them. So this one's attacking the Enforcer. When attacking, if there are more than one adjacent hero, targets every adjacent hero with combat 2 instead. So basically, they do a big ground pound right on both characters. So they're both going to get roughly 4 attacks on each of them. So we might as well just roll it that way, because I don't think they have any crit rules. Use with Darkstone. Hold on a minute here. Anytime a hero does 1 or more wounds to a Darkstone enemy, oh, my headset's about to die. I'm going to be right back. I need to get another headset. This one's about to die. I will be, like I said, I'll be right back. I should have charged it before I did this. And I'll change the outgoing sound. Alright, so we're back. Let me get that camera to work first. Alright, so we're back. Sorry, I had to get another headset. My Apple headset battery's dead. I've been using it for like the past 4 days, or 4 sessions, and I keep forgetting to recharge it. That is on me. So they're going to be targeting the guys in front of them, but because there's more than one hero, they're going to be doing a ground pound on these guys, and you're roughly doing 4 attacks instead of 3 on each. Wow. At 4 damage. Yeah, you know, I'm confident in this. They do 4 pluses on these, so we'll kind of combine it all in one right now. Because they don't have any crit rules or anything. Hold on, actually. There was actually one thing I did miss out. The Prospector beat the hell out of that last one. Actually, as a matter of fact, the Prospector and the Enforcer did some serious damage to that guy, so they both get to roll. Anytime a hero does 1 or more wounds to a Darkstone Brute, they may collect 1 Darkstone on a d6 roll of 5 or 6. Oh, limit once per turn. Okay, so first, the Prospector. I'm going to go ahead and just roll. Come on. All right, there we go. Roll a 1. All right, and then we'll say the Enforcer. The Enforcer found a Darkstone when he did that final smash on that guy. So now we're back to this. So we're going to say 4 hits on the Prospector at 4 plus. One hit, and Prospector has a 4 plus defense. Does not make it, and that's 4 damage. Ouch. That hurts. And then they're going to do 4 hits on the Enforcer. I figure I just combine them all, make this easier. At 4+, that's 3 hits. But the Enforcer does have 3+ defense. So 3d6 at 3+. Oof. Seriously? He might have just taken down the Enforcer. I have no grit. Oh, he's got +2 health. So he's actually at 12. So he did how much? 8 points of damage? He's at 11. So he's 1 point away from death. The Enforcer. Oof. So next is the Prospector. He is going to once again use his heavy pickaxe. Let's see if he does it. If he gets an 8, this would be amazing. 3 and a 1. I'm gonna go ahead and re-roll both of those. Thank you. He makes those. No crit, bro. Oh, I would have loved to have a crit. But a 1d8 for damage on these guys. Trying to get rid of that 4. Actually, it'd be -4 because they have +1 on the combat hits. So, man, that sucks. I was really hoping for an 8 on one of those. Well, so we'll just go ahead and roll them out. So 8 and 2. The 2 does nothing, but the 8 -3. That's 5 points of damage. Really hoping he'd kill this guy. Actually, for the hell of it? No, I need to hold on to it. I'm gonna need it again, I think. So he does 5 damage. Did switch over. So he does 5 damage to the guy in front of him. So he's down to 3 health. So 5 damage. And he rolled an 8 -3. So yeah, we're good. Next is going to be the Enforcer. The Enforcer is going to whack the guy who's damaged. And I wish this would have done something better, but can't use this because he's already used it. And I already used the double damage. Oh, once per turn. Well, let me see if he gets his grit back. Nope. Dang, that sucks. So he's going to do 2 combat against the guy who's damaged. This actually might not plan out too well. Come on, come on. Double 1s? You know, I'm just going to get regular dice one of these days and stop using this app. And just roll in front of y'all, because sometimes it's great, sometimes it sucks. But then again, I guess it's the same with rolling regular dice. I'm renowned for being bad at rolling. For myself. When I roll for other people or monsters, it's terrible. But anyway. Damn. That's all I could do. He has endurance. How much damage did he take? He took 7 points, right? He can't take more than 4 points of damage because he has endurance. I gotta remember these rules. So he's actually at 8 health. That's the end of his turn, the end of the round. Hold back the darkness at 8+. We really need to do something here. We're good. So now it's the start of the turn. It's the rancher's turn. She's going to roll for grit. Nothing. I'm actually going to have her move up and spend a grit to heal the... How many damage does he have? 7. I'm going to heal the... Man. I'm going to heal the Enforcer. The Enforcer's... Well, he's, what, 4 away from death? The Prospector is a solid... about 9 points. But the Prospector will do a lot more damage than the Enforcer. Oh, this is a tough choice. D6 wounds. Does she have anything else? No. I'll spend her grit to grant... I'm on the same map tile. So I'm gonna heal. I guess the Prospector is who I want to keep alive. He's the one that's actually been able to kill some of these guys. So I'm gonna give it to the Prospector. And I'm gonna heal D6 wounds. A full 6. He is doing really well. And that's from any hit. Okay. And she's going to take a blast at the guy who's wounded. She crits. He ignores crit rules. He's -4 to whatever she does for damage. -2 to whatever she does for damage. If she rolls another 6, she just killed him. He's got 5, -2. He's dead. So, her hunting rifle does +2 damage. I rolled a 5, so that's 7 damage. So minus the 4, that's 3 points of damage. He had 3 points left. He's a goner. Woo! That was a close one. But they get to go up next. And what's he gonna do? He's still gonna do his crazed smash. I need to remember that. But she did do damage, so I need to roll and see if she got a dark stone from that. It's a 5 or 6. Nothing. So next, he's going up. He's going to do his crazed smash. When attacking, if there are more than one, yeah. So he's doing 2 attacks on both of them. So I'm just glad there's not 2 of them. So he's going to do 2 on the Prospector, 2 on the Enforcer. Of course he rolls a crit. Misses with the other one, but he crits with this one, and it's ignoring the defense for the Prospector. So it straight up does 4 points of damage. The next round is on the Enforcer. He hits him, but the Enforcer gets his... He needs to make this... It's a 3+ roll on a D6, and he does not make it. The Enforcer had only 4 health left, so he is down once again. So, what was his madness? I'd have to look it back up. So he's down again, and now it's the Prospector's turn. And the Prospector is again gonna roll for grit first. Nothing. And he's going to do what he's been doing and swing with the heavy pickaxe. So he's got a 2d8. He's got a crit. to make sure I actually get another hit. But I also am worried I might roll a really bad roll on that critical. I'm going to hold on to it just in case. So he gets a critical. We're going to roll for the critical. That's a good roll. +1. So again, we did 11 damage minus 4. Oh, boy. So -4 from that. So we did 7 points of damage again. Because it's a critical, so it's double the damage. So it's a 10. -4, which is 6, +1, which is 7. So we did 7 points of damage. He's at 1 health. And okay. I had nothing to add to that. Nothing. Oh well. That's the end of the end of the round. Now we're gonna do the hold back the darkness. Again at 8+. We managed to get it, so we're good for now. And we're gonna continue and go to the rancher. She's gonna roll for her grit. Does not get it. And I'm gonna have her fire again a shot at him. Doesn't do anything. It's now his turn. That's right. Let me roll to see if the prospector. Oops. Let me see if the prospector got any Starkstone from that attack. No. So it's his turn, and he's going to do his smash attack, which is 3 combat at the prospector. Prospector's at 5 damage, 5 wounds. So he does 3 combat. Oof, that one ignores. So that one straight up does 4 damage. And the prospector's going to try to avoid that hit. I don't think he did it. He's a 4+. So he takes 8 points of damage. Prospector's almost dead. So he's at 13 damage. Ouch. So now it's the prospector's turn. And he's going to roll for grit. Nothing. And clobber him with his pickaxe. Those are hits. One's a crit, but crit doesn't matter. So we'll go ahead and roll the damage. 6 and a 2. +1, he's dead. Yeah, I wouldn't have to re-roll anything. The 6 +1 would be 7 damage -4, so he does 3 damage. All I needed was 1 damage to kill him, and that's it. We defeated the Darkstone Brutes, and we completed the mission. So let me get the rule book out, see what we got. We actually succeeded this mission. So reward, each hero receives 25 XP as well as 50 times the number of steps on the depth track the hero posse marker is. No, this is exploration. Here we go. Reward, the XP gained and amount of Darkstone that the heroes find in the deposit is based on the mission length they chose before the mission began, as noted before, or below. Each hero receives the reward for completing the mission. So everybody's going to be getting 50 XP, which we're not counting, and D3 +1 Darkstone. And we'll roll them individually. So the rancher's getting 4 Darkstone. We'll just put it to the pile. The Prospector is getting 2 Darkstone. We're going to have to be making some serious Darkstone corruption checks here. And 3 Darkstone for the Enforcer. So we're lit up with Darkstone. That's worth some money there. So we completed that, and then we got one piece of loot apiece. So for the Rancher, D6 times 25. So we got 50 gold from her. From the Prospector. Whoops, I'm sorry. It is the loot 1. 25 times his expert miner, so he gets also another 50. And then finally the Enforcer. Also 25. So that's the end of the adventure. Normally we would go back to the travel part of the game, and then go on to a town stay, and then back to another adventure. It was really cool to see the canyons for the first time, and I love those additional adventure cards. I'm half tempted to like pull some of the specific adventure cards out, because when you get these map tiles out, you really need to use those exploration cards for those map tiles. Adds a little extra flavor to what's happening as you're progressing. And I think I'm gonna call it a night there. We've been going at this for quite a while. Let me go ahead and pull everything away here. And we managed to do it. Wasn't looking good at the beginning, but we managed to do it. So, want to give a big thank you for everybody who showed up, watched the stream. Again, I'm using a background sound application called Sirenscape. They have an amazing app that has a whole bunch of different sounds and music that you can adapt to your D&D sessions, your board game sessions, and there's many different atmospheres for it. Like I'm actually kind of using a sci-fi one mixed with the fantasy one. The fantasy one's giving me the mind sounds, and the sci-fi one's giving me basically the town sounds that I'm looking for. I highly recommend them. It's a phenomenal app, and they're actually releasing I'm guessing it's like a 2.0. They just recently said have a beta out that you can opt into, and apparently it's supposed to be easier and better to use in the current model. I'm probably going to jump into that because it'd be nice to have one app to do every little thing instead of having to load up both the sci-fi and fantasy apps. But it's a great app. You just go into a search, type in, hey, I'm looking, mines, and then a whole list of different sound packages come up, and you select them, and you can go through, change all the sounds, their settings, how often they come up, how loud they are, if they're on or off. You can turn the music on and off, battle music, everything. It's quite the app. But thank you all for showing up. I'm going to collect everything, and I'm going to set this up. I'm not sure if I'm going to be playing tomorrow. I want to. But I might actually kind of just do a paint session tomorrow instead. So instead of like pulling into this, I'll take these adventurers, I'll set them up for either Monday or Tuesday, I'm still trying to figure out my schedule. Um, but either for Monday or Tuesday, I might just pull them back together, or I might just play tomorrow. It all depends on how I'm feeling about it. Because another thing too is I would like to play other games. Uh, I have Bloodborne, Skyrim. I should be getting in the. I accidentally bought the expansion, but I should be getting in the Elden Ring core box in. And I would like to dive into those, but I also have plenty of other games too. I have Arkham Horror. I'm dying to play, third edition. I was a huge fan of the second edition, but the fourth edition just looks. I mean, the third edition just looks like a lot more fun, a lot more storytelling, and I love the modular streets and everything. So I'm pretty excited for that. I also have Death May Die, which is another Cthulhu Lovecraftian game. I have Elden, not Elden. What's it called? Elder. Not Elder Sign. Eldritch Horror, which is a more global scale of Arkham Horror, and the storytelling in it is pretty awesome. It's hilarious. The last time I played it, I remember like, so I was playing with a group of people, and like somebody went up into the Arctic and found a spider, and that spider just like freaked him out, and it just this guy just kept going. I think he was playing as Mark Harrigan, and he kept going from place to place, and all these awful and terrible things were following him. Hilarious. And again, Sirenscape's going to give me some nice background noise for that. I also have Massive Darkness 2 that we can play from CMON. Like I said, Bloodborne. Bloodborne's something I've been dying to play. I picked it up. I want to get the expansions, but I want to play the game first and make sure that it's something worth getting. And when I start playing these games, that's another reason why I'm kind of, as much as I love Shadows of Brimstone, and like every time I jump on the stream, I'm like, this is the game. I'm gonna play it. I kind of want to try all these other games out because I want to build templates for the stream. Is it doing it again? I saw it beep at me. But anyway, I want to build more templates like what I did for Shadows of Brimstone for these games. Like have the cards coming on the screen so you can just straight up see them instead of just putting them inside of camera shots. And maybe even putting the entire world map on there, and I can just move the tokens around on the map. That's kind of what I want to do with Shadows of Brimstone, but there are so many tiles in this game. It would take me forever to scan all those tiles, because, I mean, another thing, too, is, you know, you have one side of the tile, and you have the other side of the tile. There's a lot of content to Shadows of Brimstone. And that's another thing, too, is I also got, like, a ton of content I have not yet added to the stream, and I haven't built their models. I haven't sleeved their cards. I haven't scanned their cards. I haven't scanned it. It's just more stuff. And then, of course, they have another Kickstarter coming in. The fourth Kickstarter, which is the Hell Train Kickstarter. That also has the Egyptian theme to it. Very excited for that. And you should be too. If you're enjoying the stream and you're enjoying it. I'm hoping that you're enjoying it. I'm trying so hard to tailor make this to be fun to watch with all the animations, the background music. If I can get more players involved, I'm trying to get people into the Discord, and we can like all just get together and play this. And I'll just kind of like, my goal is for the one-offs. Of course, I would love to do campaigns and people keep their own characters, but for the one-offs, I would love to scan these cards along with their starter cards and just create a little template and then put it in some type of overlay for Twitch, so that this way, if you're playing with us, you can just press a button in the overlay on Twitch and then pull up the specific card or base rules for your character. And from here on out, it's like whenever I'm pulling gear cards or anything, you just kind of have to tell us, hey, can I look at my cards again? Those are the things that I don't know if I'll be able to get them online, but I might be able to get them on the stream. I might be able to pull them up based on the name of the item. That would be actually a great idea. But anyway, thank you so much for showing up. I hope you had fun watching. I know I had a blast playing. I'm a little bit burnt out because there's a lot of rules and there was a lot that happened, and it was a great time. But I'm gonna go ahead and raid another channel. Gonna see who I'm gonna raid here. Give me 1 second to pull this all up. Activity manager. There we go. And I want to raid. That's weird. The app's not giving me the option to raid. Ah, there we go. Raid gem. Oh, looks like Texie88's playing Metal Gear again. Let's see. We got the Bros. They're playing. What are they playing? God of War. Paladin Mags is playing. Oh, Shock Blazer's online playing. Is he playing Alien? He's playing Alien. Since you all are joining me on board games, I really want to kind of keep this in the board game realm. And Texie's been doing. He's been playing a lot of the Metal Gear game, and that's great. And it's a lot of fun. It's a pretty cool game to watch. So I'll go ahead and raid on into Texie88. I don't really have a call off or anything yet, but you know, just stick around for the raid and everything, and that'll be great. And I'll see you all next time on the next stream. And till then.
Box ruse hasn't been spoiled. Hope you had a good. Hope you had a good stream. So that's Otacon done. Snake can't do anything, and the other two are already in the lift, so just guard order. Oh, we're starting to reach the red ones. Do we need to radio in? Guard 3, 1, 2, 3? No, we don't.